There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. But as we do so, let us remember all those who have since passed on, including amongst others, Cyril, who was in Kwasatu, in this parliament, and served many years in government. Please be seated. The Secretary will now read the order of the day.
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Honorable members, I have received a copy of the President's address delivered at the joint sitting on the 13th of February 2020. The speech has now been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. Without further ado, I will now call upon the Honorable the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces and your Deputy. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly and her Deputy. His Majesty, His Excellency, the President of the country and his Deputy. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, our guests in the gallery, I greet you all. This debate takes place few days after the commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the release of our revolutionary struggle icon and father of our democracy, Utatu Nelson Mandela. As the ANC, we also celebrate the centenary of our struggle heroes and stalwarts, just to mention the two, Ubaba, Raymond Mhlaba, and Ubaba Harry Gwala. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the ANC welcomes the State of the Nation by the President on Thursday night last week, which gave hope to the citizens of this country. In this regard, we concur with the President's injunction to build a capable state to place our economy on the path of recovery, to fix the fundamentals, pursue critical areas of growth, and ensure excellence in planning and execution at the government level. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, we also agree with the President's address that there's an urgent need to bring together government, the labor movements, business and communities in a social pact to accelerate economic growth and creation of jobs, which is of paramount importance for economic growth and stimulation. We call on all South Africans to unite in an effort to root out corruption in both public and private sector. Corruption weakens government capabilities to function optimally in pursuit of objections and aspiration of the national democratic revolution. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, on the State of the Nation address in 2019, the President promised the nation to vigorously embark on a deliberate path to strengthen our law enforcement agencies' capabilities in order to fight the scourge of corruption and crime in the country. Post-SONA 2019, we have seen the NPA and AFU recovering 12 billion from the proceeds of crimes. We have also seen the convictions rate increasing in cases of organized crime. This demonstrates the undivided commitment by the government to eradicate corruption. Mhlonishwa Somlomo, siyabonga kakhulu kuhulumende ngeqinisekisa ukuthi ebalimi lebasafufusa kube melula kubo ukutfola imvume yekusebenzisa emanti njengoba ticelo titawutsatsa tinyanga letintsatfu kuphela kanti ekuqaleni betitsatsa iminyaka lesihlanu noma ngetulu ukuthi titholakale noma tigcine vele tingafikanga. Siyabonga nekuthi ebalimi sebakhona lebatfole timvume tekutshala umtfundi wetinkuku. Loko kusho kona ukuthi nguhulumende lo zama ngayo yonke indlela ukuthi aqinisekise ukuthi u-empowerisha labalimi leyo mthundi wetinkuku lotawutshalwa ayisiwo lokubhema kepha mtfundi wetinkuku lotawusetshendiselwa ukuthi kwakhiwe imithi yekulapha. Mhlonishwa sihlalo wase National Council of Provinces, siyabonga kuhulumende ngekuthi bophelela futhi ekulwisaneni nelidlame lelicondziswe kubomake nebantwana. Siyakhutsata futhi ukuthi nabo babe siyathi ukuthi kuyendeka kini lokho niyashaywa nani niyahlukunyetwa ukuthi kubikeni lokho emaphoyiseni ngoba kude sakhe sive lesicotho kufanele ukuthi sibe sive lesinekuthula futhi siphathane ngetindlela letimnene. Siyabonga futhi kuleli tiko lebulungiswa ukuthi kusukela hulumende wahlaba umkhosi ukuthi asilwisaneni naletinhlobo telidlame letibhekiswe kubomake nebantwana. Siyakubona lokho kuyendeka ngoba babhebhethelisi balomshophi bayajeziswa kakhulu baniketwa tigwebo letinkulu kakhulu. Lokho kutawenda ukuthi kunciphe futhi ukuthi lichubeke lelidlame. Siyathi ukuthi uhulumende ngeke akwenda yedwa lokho kudzinga kubambisana sibambisane hulumende abambisane nesive sonke nato tonke tinhlangano letikhona esiveni kubanjiswane futhi netinhlangano temabandla pheceleti i-National Council of Churches kubanjiswane futhi netinhlangano letihlumelelisa similo pheceleti i-National Moral Regeneration Movement. As we celebrate 65th anniversary of the Freedom Charter this year, we ought to give effect to the profound statement that South Africa belongs to all who lives in it, black and white. We urge all South Africans to combat the looming racial tensions which are perpetrated by counter-revolutionary forces. We must work with greater effort to bridge the divides between South Africans, whether economic, socially, politically, or cultural. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the statement that was made by the second former Deputy President, Mr. F.W. de Klerk, in the Government of National Unity was unfortunate, insensitive, and reckless. As the former head of the state during the apartheid era, he should have known that the United Nations declared apartheid as a crime against humanity. Such statements have a tendency of sowing seeds of hatred, racialism, divisions, and promotion of superiority amongst the citizens of this country. We call upon all leaders to refrain from making such statements which are not in line with the preamble of our Constitution. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, we congratulate His Excellency the President for being elected as the Chairperson of the of the African Union. This shows that the African nation have confidence in South Africa. We therefore urge all South Africans to support our leaders in their quest to lead also in this continent. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, let us also commend the presiding officers for erring on the side of caution by exercising the utmost patience in the face of aggravation last week. Your tolerance and determination to endure, even when the majority of us were urging you to end it all, reminded us of the resilience of our leaders and our nation that has made us overcome what others thought insurmountable. Allow me also, Honorable Speaker, to thank the members of this august House, except for one party, those members who exercised patience and discipline during the sitting last week, Thursday. In particular, members of the ANC, we really applaud you for remaining calm
Your
and
time,
also making
member.
sure that you remain the disciplinary force of our movement. This behavior showed that we are indeed, and also the ANC is indeed the leader of society. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the Council of Provinces, we really applaud these members for their behavior because they knew that the joint sitting was called by the President through the presiding officer. I'm still left with 2 minutes. Through the presiding officers, the joint sitting was called for the President to address the nation. That was not the platform for the EFF to grandstand and to make sure that they disrupt the sitting. The platform is today, where all parties will have a chance to debate the state of the nation. Honorable presiding officers, we urge as the ANC that there is a need to relook into the rules and make sure that we tighten them in a way that our rights, also as members of this parliament, are not trampled over by a minority group in this parliament. I thank you.
Yes. I'd really like to apologize to the honorable member. There are two watches, one on my table here and the one down there. We'll try and do our best to concentrate on time there and not here. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Let's proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Honourable President, Honourable Members, we stand here today in this august House with the weight of expectation on our shoulders. Our country is at a turning point, and all of us here can feel it. But there can be no excuse for what transpired in this House here last Thursday evening. I think that most of us were deeply embarrassed by the scenes that we witnessed before the President's speech. Honourable members, we don't have to agree with each other. We don't have to like each other. And we don't even have to be that nice to each other. But we do have to respect the rules of this House. Collectively, we represent 58 million South Africans. People who dream of a better life and of a better country. People who need us to work together to find real solutions to their problems and not grandstanding for television cameras. They demand better of us. As Rodney King famously said after the race riots in Los Angeles, and I quote, "We all can get along. I mean, we're all stuck here for a while. Let's try and work it out," unquote. We're going to have to find a way of working it out. We can't have a repeat of Thursday ever again. Now, I understand the frustrations. We come from a difficult history. We feel disappointed about the present, and we face an uncertain future. And we are all disappointed in the state of our nation. Honourable members, do you remember the mood of just 2 years ago? It's hard to imagine now, but we had hope. We had just closed the book on a terrible chapter in our country's history, and we stood at the start of what we thought was a brand new journey. Yes, our challenges were greater than ever before, but there was a real sense of we can do it. To reinforce that slogan, we were alive with possibilities. Honorable President, I was one of those people who had hope. I had real hope that you were just maybe the one who was going to lead us out of the darkness and into the new dawn that you promised us, through our turbulent times and into a direction of prosperity. And I was not alone. You had a nation behind you, willing you on to succeed every single day. You had more support and trust than any leader who stood at this podium since Nelson Mandela. Your position in your own party was as strong as it could ever be. They needed you to avert the disaster of a 2019 election result. Mr. President, you were untouchable. You held all the cards, Mr. President. And then you went and blew it. You let us down. You failed to make the required reforms to free up our economy, win back investors, and create jobs. And so instead of turning the corner and getting better, things have got worse. Today it's hard to remember how we all felt back then, because the litany of bad news in recent times is relentless. Over the past 2 years, every single number in our country has moved in the wrong direction. Economic growth has ground to a halt. Foreign direct investment is down. Tax revenues are down. Crime is up. And jobs are being lost in their hundreds of thousands. We have seen mines, retailers, and factories shut their doors or move and leave our shores, cutting thousands of the precious jobs we need. We've seen municipality after municipality fail, leaving communities without access to basic services, without water, toilets, or usable roads. We have seen the return of job-killing load shedding and the need to add even more stages to it to reflect the condition of state-run Eskom. Since you delivered your SONA speech in this House 2 years ago, over 1 million more South Africans have joined the ranks of the unemployed. Over 10.4 million working-age South Africans today do not have a job. Now, I'm not going to stand here and say that this happened on your watch, Mr. President. I think that would be too kind. It didn't just happen on your watch. It happened by your hand. You've put us in this situation, sir. You had your chance, and you blew it. You're not the reformer that South Africa thought you were. You don't have the guts to make the tough choices that our country needs. You're not brave enough to take on the unions that hold our country to ransom every day. And you don't have the courage to take and deal decisively with the corrupt people in your own party. And so, while you were telling us on Thursday evening how you fought back against corruption, you had people like Zondile Gumede sitting right here in this house. While you were telling us how you've acted decisively against state capture, the beneficiaries of state capture, some of them chairs of portfolio committees in this house, sat in those very benches. And while our country waited with bated breath for the long-awaited promised arrest to be made, we have to learn in a document sent from Parliament to the Public Services Committee that there will be no arrests, no prosecutions, and no orange overalls this year. And that's why, instead of a new dawn, there is a new despair. Through your actions and your decisions these past 2 years, you might have strengthened your internal position. You might even have strengthened the tripartite alliance. But you have hurt the people of South Africa. And that, Mr. President, will be your legacy. The man who dared us to dream and who then led us into a nightmare. And I'm not saying your choices were easy, but doing the right thing under difficult circumstances is what separates great leaders from ordinary leaders. Every great leader in history has at some point had to pick a course of action that was counterintuitive or risky. Choices that would inevitably have put them at odds with the people around them. Most famously, perhaps, was Nelson Mandela, whose decision 3 decades ago to enter into peaceful negotiations for our new democracy and our constitution, he was undoubtedly under enormous pressure from people within the liberation movement to choose a different path, to seek retribution. But because he chose peace and reconciliation, we have a democracy today that truly belongs to all of us. History is full of such examples. Think of Abraham Lincoln and the choice he faced before the start of the Civil War. Should he allow the southern states full autonomy for them to continue with the abhorrent practice of slavery, or should he take action? Many lives were lost in the war that followed, and this would forever rest on his shoulders. But history will remember him as the man who ended slavery and who united his country. Great leaders recognize their defining moments, and they then have the courage to make the decisions that need to be made at that moment, even if this means being met with resistance from the people around them. Your moment, Honorable President, came on Thursday last week, and you blew it. It was a simple choice, country or party. And unfortunately, for the millions of South Africans, the people of this country, you chose your party. You chose to maintain the status quo because you don't want to be the man on whose watch the ANC splits down the middle. You chose to placate the enemies of growth instead of confronting them head on. Nelson Mandela once said that your choices must reflect your hopes and not your fears. Your choices, Honourable President, as expressed in your SONA speech, reflected only your fears. This was your defining moment, and you let it slip away. On Thursday evening, you needed to face the truth. You needed to acknowledge that in its current form, Eskom is dead. You needed to tell the country and your allies in the Tripartite Alliance that throwing billions and billions of rands at Eskom is economic suicide. You needed to make it absolutely clear that dipping into the pension savings of hard-working government employees to artificially keep Eskom alive is both irresponsible and immoral. Euthanasia is never an easy option, but sometimes it is the most humane option. On Thursday night, you should have switched off Eskom's life support machine and perhaps supported the DA's electricity plan, which takes power from the state and gives it back to the people where it belongs. You also need to pull the plug on the NHI because, and in your heart of hearts, you must know it, the NHI is a fantasy that your government simply cannot make work. There's no way we can even begin to raise the additional 280 billion rand required without triggering a flight of both tax revenue and skills, which we will never be able to reverse. We can and we must fix public health care within the current budget, and it should be done through proper appointments and proper investments in infrastructure and maintenance, and by filling all doctors' and nurses' vacancies with qualified individuals. And that is exactly what the DA Sizani healthcare plan sets out to do. And if you haven't read it, I've brought a copy along for you. And Mr. President, if you read it, I'm sure you will agree, there is lots on which we can collaborate to really fix healthcare in South Africa. Your third big announcement, Mr. President, should have been that you were walking away from expropriation without compensation and that you were going to leave Section 25 of the Constitution intact. The sacred protection of property rights is the bedrock of any economy, and without it, everything will collapse. You need to stop fooling the public and yourselves into believing that expropriation without compensation is essential for land reform. It is entirely possible to work within the existing legislation to truly empower black South Africans with land ownership in the country. But the truth is that expropriation without compensation has never been about real land justice. Do you know who David Richatse is, Mr. President? He's a black farmer from Limpopo who's been fighting for 2 decades to own the land he farms on. Do you know who he's been fighting, Mr. President? He's been fighting your government. He's 70 years old now. He began this fight just before he was 50. With the help of the DA, He took his case all the way to the North Gauteng High Court, where your government was instructed by the court to sell him the land. Not give it to him, sell it to him. And despite this court order, your government still refused to comply. That's how much you care about returning the land to people, and that's how much you care about empowering black farmers in South Africa. Let's be clear. Expropriation without compensation was never about giving land to the people who want to farm the land. It was always going to be a way for the ANC government to get control of the land and thereby control the patronage that comes with it. So we can continue with the behavior that Kgalema Motlanthe points out so explicitly of elite capture in the high-level panel report. Expropriation without compensation is nothing but a ruse. It's a populist rally call around which you know is going to evoke an emotional response. It was weaponized by the EFF, and you found yourselves unable to resist following them down that rabbit hole. And I assure you, Mr. President, just as every economist, every ratings agency, and every would-be investor has assured you, the fastest way to collapse this economy is by removing the foundation of property rights. Those three things, Eskom, the NH speech, if you were serious, Mr. President, about stemming the tide and restoring confidence. And if you really wanted to be bold in your reforms, you could have added the following. You could have announced an end to the enrichment scam that is BEE, replacing it with a real broad-based redress program that helps poor South Africans, not fat cat political elites. And I know it wouldn't have been easy. Because you yourself have been a beneficiary of this get-rich scheme, and you have become very wealthy, while the majority of South Africans have remained very, very poor. But even you, Mr. President, must acknowledge that we simply cannot afford this extra layer of politically enriched elite and price gouging. Then you could have announced that some of the powers of the SAPS could have been devolved to provinces and metros. This is in line with international best practice. If we want to beat gender-based violence, it means that we've got to make sure that policing is done by those closest to communities, and those are the people who should be tasked with their protection. You could also have officially abandoned cadre deployment as a policy of your party. This ANC policy of cadre deployment lies at the very heart of what is wrong with government in South Africa. Cadre deployment is the midwife of state capture. And don't just take it from me, Mr. President. It was no less than ANC veteran and former Home Affairs DG, Mavuso Mzimang, who said of cadre deployment a few weeks ago, and I quote, "The system is so open to abuse, it should be ditched now. State capture wouldn't have happened if there'd been an independent, professional civil service." Close quote. The fact is, Mr. President, your comments last month and last Thursday about building a capable state mean nothing as long as the politically connected feeding trough remains open. And not even a week after you announced your commitment to ending dodgy appointments, we had a health minister appointing his compromised niece in his department. We had the Public Service Commission head appointing his mistress. And we had the Minister of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation appointing none other than the discredited Menzi Simelane and the disgraced Mo Sheikh as her special advisors. And you let it happen. Party first, country second. South Africans are tired of hollow words, Mr. President. I've seen firsthand the devastation that is wrought and caused by failed governments in places like Butterworth, Sianqoba, and Kwakwa. The capable state will remain a distant dream as long as you build it with your incapable government. And finally, you could have announced an immediate review of all labor legislation, and particularly where this inhibits small, medium, and micro enterprises from hiring people into work. The owners of these businesses are potentially your best allies in creating jobs and fighting employment. You need to help them create jobs, Mr. President. Instead, you kowtow to the trade union bosses who dangle you continuously on a piece of string. These announcements would have been the speech of a real reformer. It would have been a SONA for the people of South Africa. But the truth is you couldn't do it because the interests of your party and its allies outweighs the needs of the 58 million South Africans who are watching us today at home. And yes, your speech had a few good moments, Mr. President. Adding grid capacity from renewable energy, natural gas and hydro is a good idea. Allowing commercial and industrial users to produce their own electricity and expediting their applications is a good idea. Opening bid window 5 of the renewable energy IPP is a good idea, Mr. President. And letting municipalities procure their power directly from producers is a very good idea. But here's the thing. You can't claim these as your ideas. The DA has been offering these solutions for years, and you've now left it too late. In fact, on the issues of procuring electricity directly by municipalities, this government's been locked in a legal battle with the DA. The court case was coming up in May, and the president knew they would lose. So last year you told us the one about the bullet train. Whatever happened to that? This year you announced a sovereign wealth fund, which is a great idea if you have a healthy budget like Norway or Saudi Arabia. But we are running a budget deficit and spiraling out of debt. Where is this money going to come from, Mr. President? And while we're on the subject of banks, you announced the creation of a state bank. The trouble is we already have 2 state banks, the Land Bank and the Post Bank, and they are both riddled with corruption and bankrupt. You talk about building a smart city in Lanseria when you can't even keep the lights on in our cities. South Africans don't want fantasies. They want to know how we're going to get through the crisis. Thursday evening was your moment, and you blew it. Now, you finished your speech with a quote from the late, great Ladysmith Black Mambazo founder, Joseph Shabalala. Let me add to this tribute with another Ladysmith Black Mambazo lyric. When the sun goes down, the birds on the trees are singing for the night. When the sun says goodnight to the mountain, I am dreaming of the sun. Mr. President, we are all dreaming of the sun. I believe we can find our way through. The question is, are you the man to take us there? And I think on Thursday, South Africans got their answer. Now, 2 days from now, you will respond to this debate, and you'll have one last chance to redeem yourself, Mr. President. Use the opportunity to make the tough choices. Choose jobs over policies that kill investment. Choose reconciliation over racial populism, and choose your country over your party. Don't blow it this time, Mr. President. South Africa is counting on you.
Honorable the Minister in the Presidency.
Thank you, Chair of the NCOP, His Excellency the President, Ramaphosa, Deputy President, Bab Mabuza, honorable members of the Parliament who are gathered here, esteemed representatives of our premiers, and all representatives of SALGA, distinguished guests in the gallery, fellow South Africans. Maybe Honorable Steenhuisen wanted you, Mr. President, to be guided by the DA manifesto. Now, you are not a DA member. You are a leader of the African National Congress. Your State of the Nation address was guided by the African National Congress. Allow me to begin this address by paying homage to the recently departed South African music icon, Ubabu Shabalala. He was the founder and lead singer of the legendary Skatamia group, Ladysmith Black Mambazo, which took traditional music to world stage and brought honor and pride to our nation. As we convey our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and music lovers all over the world, we say your loss is not yours alone. We are with you. It is also fitting that Ubabu Shabalala passed away on the 11th of February 2020, the day that marked exactly 30 years, as my colleague has said, the Deputy Chief Whip, since the founding president of the Democratic South Africa, Utatu Nelson Mandela, walked out of Victor Verster prison after being incarcerated there and on Robben Island for over 27 years. These icons have now been externally joined to the hip by this historic moment. Honorable Chair, every South African, including those who claim ignorance, know for a fact that apartheid was a crime against humanity. It was our lived reality as black people. Trevor Noah puts it succinctly in title of his book, Born a Crime. Therefore, the question of whether or not apartheid was a crime against humanity should not even arise to begin with. It was our lived reality. Whilst the majority of South Africans have looked to us to unpack government's plans to create a better life for all, we have allowed opportunistic elements to derail and defocus us. The theatrics we witnessed here last week from the EFF will not transform society. These theatrics will not create jobs. They will not grow our economy. Instead of the EFF engaging in a battle of ideas, we were subjected to spurious points of order, childish antics, and unruly behavior. Well, we are known for that. We agree with Father Michael Lapsley in his characterization of the EFF's behavior in this House as anti-democratic, totally unacceptable, and actually reprehensible. The EFF's behavior is uncouth, disrespectful, and demonstrates the disdain they have for this august House and the people of South Africa. I wonder why they get voted into this House. I wonder. Mr. President, you are the one and only commander-in-chief in this country. It is you, in terms of our constitution, who decides when to appoint or disappoint ministers in your cabinet. Those who are seized by delusions of grandeur fashion themselves as commanders-in-chief and instruct the head of state.
Point of order.
Honorable member, what's your point of order?
It's not disappoint, it's unappoint. Disappoint means something different.
That's not
it's
the
this
point
thing
of
of reading true love as opposed to political literature.
Please sit down, Ndlozi.
Not disappoint, that means
Honorable
different.
Ndlozi, please
Comrade
sit down.
Naledi Pando, please intervene. Man. Yes, yes.
That's not the point of order. Please proceed, honorable member.
Those who are seized by delusions of grandeur fashion themselves as commanders-in-chief and instruct the head of state to fire a minister, need to have the state of their heads
Mthembu, just a
examined.
minute, just a second. Yeah, what's your point of order, member?
House Chair, the point of order I'm actually raising is it's on Rule 14 to say that all members have got the right to speak. And just now the member of the EFF just stood without the presiding officer asking him to actually speak. And he did not even indicate on what rule he is standing. I'm just cautioning so that we actually have a house that is running in order this afternoon. Thank you.
This is when the word disappointment comes in.
That point of order.
Disappointing.
Please sit down, madam. This point of order is sustained. And if we do things a bit better, we may even save time and be able to complete our work. Please proceed, Honorable Mthembu.
Late last year, President Ramaphosa launched the 25-year review report, which illustrates quite clearly that despite a number of setbacks, South Africa is a better place to live in today than it was before 1994. One of the key findings of the 25-year review is that while a lot has been done to transform the economy, wealth distribution is skewed. As a result, the gap between the rich and the poor remains huge. Unemployment is high due to the grossly imbalanced structure of our economy, and this is exacerbated by the skills mismatch that is so prevalent in our country. As one of the measures to address our prevailing economic challenges, Mr. President, when you first came into office in 2018, you set a very ambitious target of attracting 1.2 trillion rands in investment into our country over a period of 5 years. We have, in the first 2 years of our investment drive, raised a total of 664 billion rands in investment commitments, which is more than half of our 5-year target of 1.2 trillion rands. Mr. President, in your address during SONA 2019, you announced that government will be setting up an infrastructure fund to address the infrastructure backlogs we are faced with. To this end, government has set aside 100 billion rands over a decade to co-finance programs and projects that blend public and private resources, with 10 billion in the baseline for the next 3 years. To date, the implementation unit for the infrastructure fund has identified possible projects and programs amounting to more than 500 billion rands. President, you further committed to look at the national macro-organization of government with a view of making government more effective and efficient in removing duplication across government departments. In May 2019, you announced a reconfigured cabinet from 36 members to 28 ministers, appointing for the first time, Mr. President, in South African history, a cabinet which comprises 50% women. This progressive step made South Africa join a list of 10 other countries in the entire world who have a gender-balanced cabinet. Thank you, Mr. President. Our medium-term strategic framework, 2019-2024, which was adopted by Cabinet last year, is built on the fundamental pillar of rebuilding and restoring public confidence in the state and government's ability to efficiently deliver quality services as informed by the National Development Plan. We have therefore introduced the district development model to ensure that all spheres of government cherish a common vision and are guided by the same framework, integrated and overarching plan. I am recounting all of the above not only to boast about the achievements of our ANC-led government over the past year, but also to share our vision for the future growth of this country. This vision was clearly articulated by President Ramaphosa in this House last Thursday. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate President Ramaphosa on delivering what was nothing short of an inspiring State of the Nation address. Many South Africans, President, have characterized the 2020 SONA as a frank, honest, pointed appraisal of government's work with clear bound time targets. The speech focused on the 7 apex priorities of government addressing urgent issues facing our nation, such as the energy crisis, youth unemployment, growing the economy, and building a capable state. We welcome the government's plan to ensure that ESCOM works to restore its operational capabilities, while implementing measures that will fundamentally change the trajectory of energy generation in our country, such as putting in place measures to enable municipalities in good financial standing to procure their own power from independent power producers. The President rightfully observed that the solution to the crisis of youth unemployment must be two-pronged. We must create opportunities for youth employment and self-employment. He further presented a comprehensive plan to be executed through the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. In an effort to create a larger market for small businesses, we welcome, Mr. President, the plan to designate 1,000 locally produced products that must be procured from small and medium enterprises. Mr. President, we know that you wanted to sign performance agreements with members of the executive and Director General last October already. However, due to the delay in concluding the MTSF, as well as the Cabinet Lekgotla, which was only held at the end of January this year, you could not. We are happy to announce that the performance agreements are now ready to be signed as from next week. These will ensure a solid framework for accountability and management. Through the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, we will be monitoring and evaluating the effective implementation of all SONA commitments through an efficient institutional architecture. The DPME will also coordinate the presidential assessments of both the institutional performance of government departments as well as the executive authority on a biannual basis. This will provide the President a line of sight of the performance of government in the implementation of the medium-term strategic framework and SONA commitments as informed by the 7 priorities of government. Honorable members, we must also congratulate President Cyril Ramaphosa on his appointment as the chairperson of the African Union. Mr. President, let me join my colleague once again, the Deputy Chief Whip. This appointment is the affirmation that peoples of Africa from Cape to Cairo have confidence in your capable leadership and that of our country. We will be giving you support in the 6 priority areas you will be pursuing during your AU chairship, which include, amongst others, driving the implementation of the Presidential Infrastructure Championing Initiative in support of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We reported to the 33rd Ordinary Session of the African Union, Heads of State and Government Summit in Addis Ababa, and our report was most welcome. In conclusion, Honorable Chair of this joint session, this SONA was inspiring.
Your time here.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. As Honorable Malima is approaching the podium, let me just indicate the following. The EFF has a global time allocation of 42 minutes. His party has allocated him 20 minutes. If he exceeds 20 minutes, he'll be allowed to continue. He can speak for a maximum time of 42 minutes. Once done, the table will reconcile the time. Once done. So their request is in order. Honorable Malima.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP and the Speaker of National Parliament in absentia. I want to take this opportunity to really thank you for how you conducted the proceedings on the day of the State of the Nation address. We have been longing for that type of leadership because the two of you understood that this is a democratic parliament, and therefore any idea that seeks to suggest that the views of the minority should never be entertained is undemocratic. Because democracy by its own nature requires that we listen to all ideas, even if it is ideas of one person. Because those ideas, for as long as they meet the rational test, they are acceptable. So I've seen some fellows here standing up and saying we cannot be held at ransom by minorities. You must know you are planting a wrong seed, that minorities should not be listened to. Because if you agree that minorities should not be listened to, it will go beyond this parliament. And therefore, there will not be a single minority in a true sense of the minorities that will be listened to. I had another one saying here that you want to amend the rules. The problem is not the rules. The problem is reading the rules. Your comrades, Mr. President, do not read. The reality is that they don't read. They read True Love magazine and drum. When it comes to political literature, when it comes to reading the rules, they do not read. That's why someone stood up here and said, House of Rules. It's not House of Rules, it's rules of the house. They do not read. Now, Comrade President, your rise to the high office in our land carried a promise of renewed hope in a better and accountable government with a clear and sound strategy to lead our people in total economic emancipation. 3 SONAs later, there is hardly any evidence that you are different from your predecessor. You are refusing transparency and accountability. You protect incompetence and corruption in your ranks and have already misled Parliament under oath. In your speech, you could not demonstrate any meaningful achievement, and with the direction you are taking by protecting incompetence, refusing accountability, and misleading Parliament, you too will end in the same destination as your predecessor. This we guarantee you. The logical framework of your entire speech rested on a neoliberal developmental path that is rooted in market fundamentalism. The central pillar that holds your plan is misguided hope that markets will transform inequality, unemployment, and poverty that our people face. But for 25 years, this has not worked, and you have given us no evidence that it will work with you. It is therefore impossible to see how solution to poison can be to drinking more poison. To ask us to place our hopes on a white-owned, controlled, and dominated private sector is irresponsible, because you know that the white people do not have our interest at heart. They hope that democratic revolutionary government will play a central role in the economic development, lead a radical restructuring of South Africa's apartheid economy, in which black people were always cheap and easily disposable labor. They hope that to be black is not equal to being unemployed, underemployed, and unemployable, to live in poverty, under spaceless conditions without access to decent water, electricity, sanitation, housing, and health care. The hope that we will not bear witness to world-class wealth, supersonic developments, and innovation, all owned and controlled by white people who despise us and think of us only as their servants. Everything you said is about retreating from this task and placing it in the hands of the very white apartheid created and privileged private monopolies. Nothing is more hopeless than asking white people to transform themselves or asking them to save black people from wretchedness. President, you delivered your first State of the Nation address in February 2018. We said we are willing to give you a chance. In February 2019, we told you that your proposals are dangerous and will make you enemy number one of the EFF, workers, and poor masses. We told you that you have abandoned politics and you put profit and greed above all. We also warned you that if you are not willing to be decisive to change property relations and want to continue with your cowardice and wanting to make friends with everyone, you will not address unemployment, poverty, and inequality, and few whites will continue to live in opulence in the face of unimaginable poverty. You have, however, continued with dangerous
Honorable
plans.
Malima, just a minute. What's your point of order, member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 14LA. Is Honorable Malema willing to take a question?
Honorable Malima. Malima, will you take a question?
Yes.
Okay. Moshavi, Julafas. Julafas, Moshavi. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Just to say, honorable members,
Yes.
just a very brief comment. Can we please allow the presiding officers, whoever the presiding officer is, to run the proceedings and avoid giving instructions to whoever is on the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. We must make it very clear that the matter that I'm going to raise here is not a personal one, because the president last year, in terms of Section 84, 1D of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, called a joint sitting, which is read alongside Rule 7(1)(b) of the National Assembly and the NCOP. Now, Deputy Chairperson, the President came here to address us specifically on the issue of domestic violence and gender-based violence. Now, all of us, we took an undertaking in this house that all of us will go out and expose any act of domestic violence or any act of gender-based violence. In terms of the Domestic Violence Act 116 of 1998, it talks to the following: physical abuse, stalking, verbal abuse. Now, my question to Honorable Malema is that gender-based violence is happening at your house. The matter has been dragging for too long. Members of the EFF, instead of them condemning the issue, they decided to crack a joke so that they can deviate the matter on Thursday night, because they knew about the matter for a very long time. You are abusing your wife. We want you to stand here in front of the nation.
The question must be brief,
in front of the
Honorable
nation, and assure us if the matter is true. If the matter is true, are you going to apologize? If you're not going to apologize, then you must be held responsible. So now, my question to you is that, are you abusing your wife? Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP.
Thank you very much. Let's try and keep the questions brief. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. You have, however, continued with your dangerous plans, and you are even courageous. We heard what you said, and now we don't believe anything that you said. Instead, you are continuing with incoherent, American-sponsored, neoliberal, misguided, and contradictory policies.
Order, Chair.
The only thing you have said,
Order, Chair.
and we know you mean it,
Order,
is everything that will put profit
Honorable Malema.
Order, Chair.
above all.
Honorable Malema, just
Chair.
a minute. What's your
Order.
point of order, member?
Chair, Honorable Malema agreed in responding into a question. Now there is a question. He must respond to the question before he proceeds with his mini State of the Nation address.
We don't believe that you said. Instead, we are continuing with incoherent, apartheid-sponsored, neoliberal, misguided, and contradictory policies. The only thing you said, and we know you to mean it, is everything that will put profit and greed above all. Above the life of security
Honorable Malema,
guards, workers, petrol attendants, unemployed, and employed youth, and
Honorable Malema, just a minute. Just a minute. Honorable members, I'm going to plead with you that we should make the running of these proceedings as smooth as possible. Now, a question has been raised.
Chair.
The option, I guess, that Honorable Malema has decided to settle for is not to answer the question.
No.
But I would just like him to clearly indicate so that if this is not the case, we can look at the matter. Honorable Malema.
No, Chair, order, Chair. No, Chair.
I never said.
I don't, Chair.
I never
Order,
said
Chair.
I'm not answering the
Chair,
question.
order. Chair.
Answer the question.
Chair, on a point of
Honorable
order.
Member Malema, just a minute.
Chair, on a point of
Honorable
order.
Member, what's the point of order?
Chair, we cannot allow Honorable Malema to disrespect the House and waste the time of the House. Honorable Malema agreed to take the question. He must respond to the question. And Chair, it was even wrong to allow him to even respond to the President, because Honorable Malema disrespected Parliament and walked out and not listened to the President. I don't know what he's responding to because he not listening to the son of the President. And he left with his bodyguards and ice boys.
Thank you very much. Honorable Malema, if you can just indicate whether you answered the question or not, so that we can proceed.
I never said I won't answer the question. So I'm reading my speech. No one is going to tell me what to do at what time. I'm in charge. That's why these fools are running around here. I'm in charge.
On a point of order, Chair.
Order, Chairperson.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Order, Chairperson.
Point of order. The ruling party by
Chairperson.
Order. Chairperson.
Orders undermined.
Point of order.
Chair. I'm in charge. I'm running.
Chairperson.
We are not in charge.
You can all jump.
Honorable members.
We are not in charge. We are going to show you.
Honorable Malema, order.
Order of the opposition.
Order members.
Running the house. I'm in charge. Come on.
Order members.
Running the house.
Who's next?
Can we have order members?
Don't worry, DP. I've got these things.
Honorable Shibambo, please sit down.
Order, Chairperson. Chairperson.
Let them all.
Chairperson. Point of order, Chairperson. Point of order, House Chairperson.
Can you please sit down?
No. Point of order.
Please sit down.
As per the rules of the NCT.
Please sit down.
Order, Chair.
I'm ordering you to sit down.
As per the rules of the House, a point of order is...
Please sit down. Please sit.
Order, Chair. Order, please. Honorable Malema.
I've not pointed you. Please sit down.
Because it's Honorable Malema, he must not be asking...
Chairperson. Permission to speak. Please sit down.
Chairperson. Order, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, order.
Order, Chair.
What's your point of order, member?
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise in terms of Rule 14P. Honorable Malema has just made a very dangerous statement here. He referred to people as fools. I think it is unparliamentary, and Comrade Malema must withdraw that statement.
Yeah.
Chairperson. Order, Chair. Chairperson, order, please.
Honorable members.
Chairperson.
Honorable members, can I ask you to please sit down? Honorable members, just a minute, please take your seat. I've not pointed at you. Please sit. Honorable Malema.
Yeah.
Please withdraw the reference to members as things or fools, whatever the case may be. Please indicate so that we can proceed.
Is it unparliamentary to say you are a fool? It can't be, Chair.
No, man.
It can't be, Chair. I'm telling you.
Point of order, House Chair.
You can check your stuff there.
Speaker, on a point of order.
If you are not clever, you're not clever. There's nothing
no,
I can
on
do.
a point of order.
Can I make a ruling on the matter, honorable members?
Yes.
That this matter will be looked at.
Yes.
And I'll revert back to you with the ruling later on. For now,
Chair.
Let's proceed. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
The only thing...
Order, Chair.
Order, Chair.
Honorable member. What's your point of order?
Chair.
Let's keep it for 1 hour so I can be on this platform for 1 hour. Let's go on.
Honorable member, what's your point of order?
Can you request the fool in the podium to sit down when order is called on to him?
Honorable member.
Chairperson.
Honorable member, I'm going to ask you, as I've done before, please withdraw what you have just said.
Honorable, he's not going to withdraw. He will not withdraw. Malema must withdraw first. He's not going to withdraw.
Two wrongs do not make a right.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable member, please withdraw.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, he is not going to withdraw until Malema withdraws first.
Point of order, Honorable Chair.
The caucus of the ANC has collapsed.
Honorable members,
On a
we
point of
can't
order,
allow
Order on you,
the
Chairperson.
House to descend into chaos.
I'm in charge.
In the same way that I expect Member Malema to withdraw. I expect that member over there to do the same.
Chairperson.
Order, Chairperson. Malema. Order,
Yes,
Chairperson. Order, Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Chair, why don't you get them yellow overalls?
Honorable Chairperson, you made a ruling that the issue of the food you are going to refer back, you are going to look into it. Please, you also refer even that one to the looking at it. Please, thank you.
Chair.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson.
I'll come back to you.
Honorable Chairperson, I want to request that you be consistent.
Yes.
So inconsistencies are going to give us problems here in the House. You have ruled on the matter, and that same ruling on this very issue must just be sustained. Thank you.
We will do the same. We'll do the same.
Thank you.
Honorable member.
Chairperson. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Please proceed, yeah.
Let me give this example.
What's your point of order, member?
When a student gets to an examination room, if that student does not answer question 6, that student cannot be blamed. Can we proceed now with the business of the House?
Thank you very much. Please proceed, Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm happy that you are continuing to learn from me. I just taught you that calling each other fools is not a problem, and you did exactly that. You learn after me. You follow me, because I'm in charge. I'm running this thing. So don't worry.
Please proceed your speech, Honorable Malema.
This is my speech. You can run my minutes. It's my speech.
Please proceed.
I'm standing here so I can irritate you. You can be emotional anyhow you want. There is nothing you can do. I'm in charge. So I'm running this house, you see. So you can get angry and stand up and sit down.
House Chair.
Honorable Member Malema, we are not running the House. Please proceed with your speech.
It is your own house as a ruling party. If you want to collapse your own house, it's your own house. You can collapse it. So there is nothing I can do to help you. Just continue to learn from me. You are so committed to giving markets more space through restructuring this out of the productive sector of the economy. You are satisfied in becoming a committee for the management of the common affairs of the white monopoly bourgeoisies. Nowhere is this more demonstrated than in what you call repurposing SOEs. The solution to the problems SOEs face, according to you, is simple. Squeeze them out and allow white capital to provide services they used to provide, like electricity, trains, water, airlines, and others. President, we warned you that no one will privatize Eskom. However, we see that you did not listen and you do not want to deal with systematic institutional issues facing Eskom. There are issues that require nothing but basic logic. Firstly, Eskom should standardize all coal prices and only pay the prices determined by the National Energy Regulator of South Africa. Eskom should explore all legal possibilities, including constitutional court, to exit all the evergreen contracts, most of which were signed before 1994 and are a huge financial burden to Eskom. This should include all short and mid-term contracts Eskom entered into 2017, including Glencoe contract, that is, Eskom pays more than 600 rand per ton of coal, while the energy regulator said Eskom should pay roughly around 300 rand per ton. Secondly, Eskom should fundamentally review all power purchasing agreements with renewable independent power producers only designed to benefit South Africa's racist financial sector. Companies such as Pembani, responsible for day-to-day management of your own company, Shanduka, own solar power stations selling electricity to Eskom.
What's your point of order? What point of order are you raising?
Chair, gender-based violence is a serious issue in the country. It cannot be that we ignore it when it's raised here in this house. It must not be an issue of sloganeering, people speaking big English around that particular month. Now it's February, the month of love. Can Honorable Malema respond to the question as it is presented by Honorable Mabola? Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, I've already made a ruling on that matter. So your point of order is not valid. We'll proceed. Honorable Malema.
Honorable Pravin Gordhani's daughter Anisha sat in boards of companies who benefited directly from the collapse of ESCOM and banks whom are indebted to our biggest beneficiaries in the whole IPP looting scheme. You need to complete the construction of Kosila and Midupi. Billions of rents were stolen and that money is never going to be recovered. The sooner you complete these two projects, the better. Build nuclear power station using build, operate, transfer model.
Order, Chair.
Of our private sector will use their money, operate them
House Chairperson, order.
Transfer operation and maintenance skills to state employment.
Just a minute. Honorable Member, please sit down.
Thank you.
I've not pointed you. Please sit down.
Who's that?
Please sit.
Oh, no, he's sitting.
Please sit.
He's sitting.
I'm ordering you to sit.
Oh, me?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Please proceed, Honorable Malema.
We know you will not implement all of these basic solutions because you are hell-bent on deregulating electricity under misguided ideas that competition will reduce electricity prices and will lead to increase in foreign direct investment. This is misguided because even in capitalist economy, basic logic together with empirical evidence shows that global investment in renewable energy is declining because of falling costs in wind and solar globally, and without massive state subsidy, many projects easily collapse.
Honorable yes. On what point are you rising?
I'm calling order on you, Chair, with the honorable member on the podium.
Honorable Member, on what point are you rising?
You are saying GBV is invalid. I don't think you are fair on yourself and the member on the podium. There is a point that relates to GBV that has been raised here. And you are saying in your ruling, it is invalid. In South Africa, our Chair, you are out of order yourself.
I've already made a ruling on that matter, honorable members. I therefore plead with all of you to please cooperate and work together so that we can proceed with the business of the House. I'm now going to ask Honorable Malema to proceed with his speech. Please proceed.
I don't believe that you entirely believe in state-owned banks. The EFF had forced the hand of the ruling party in 2018 to open a state bank. Yet, the ruling party was reluctant. Your Minister of Finance only woke up the following year to hijack the superior logic of the EFF. We know that you don't believe in state-owned banks, and therefore, we are challenging you to ensure that this bank is indeed implemented. We want a bank that is going to help petrol attendants. We want a bank that is going to help domestic workers, the farm workers, without charging them abnormal interest. We want this bank to exist because we know that banks like ABSA, FNB, and Capitec, they racially profile our people and they are racist in deciding who they want to assist. Mr. President, we know that on sovereign wealth fund, you stole the idea of the EFF because the EFF is the one that has always been...
Just a minute, Honorable Malema, just a minute. Honorable Member.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to sit down, Honorable Member.
Again?
Yes.
I want to ask a question, but not about gender-based violence.
Please sit down. I've not pointed you out. Please. Please sit down. Please sit down. The member behind you, on what point are you rising, honorable member?
Chair, I want to speak on the issue of gender-based violence. As far as your ruling is concerned, last week in this house, a young woman seated at that corner was beaten by a bottle of water from the members of the EFF. And till today, that thing is not discussed. So I'm just saying, for Honorable Malema not to respond to the issues of gender-based violence, I want you to be on record on this house that he's endorsing that he is indeed abusing women. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, on the question of gender-based violence and on the specific issues raised with regard to Honorable Malema, I've already made a ruling. I've already made a ruling, honorable members, and we intend to come back to this house as presiding officers, not only on this particular matter, but on all other related matters with regards to getting this house to function the way it ought to function, so that we maximize the output and really ensure that we do the work that we're mandated to do as public representatives. So I'm going to, once again, one more time, plead with all of you to please cooperate and allow us to proceed with the business of Parliament. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chair of NCOP. Just bear in mind, Chair, that I said I'm going to respond to that question. Therefore, it's unavoidable. And when I respond to it, many of you will regret because I will reveal certain things now. Let me deal with issues. On Sovereign Wealth Fund, President, we want you to really establish this to help us to ensure that we finance our own economy, but also create the necessary employment in our country through this fund. We know that Norway has done it. We know that Dubai has done it. And we've got the capacity to do it. We just need the political will to deal with this sovereign wealth fund. For the first time, Mr. President, we have a Deputy Minister of Finance who doesn't have dedicated responsibilities. And we think that he is well capacitated to can handle specifically this matter and make sure it is delivered on time. Mr. President, you did not say anything on the Reserve Bank, particularly on its nationalization. Our people want their sovereignty through ownership of their own wealth. And therefore, we want the Reserve Bank to be owned only by the state, not with the private sector, so that the state can give direction on what needs to be happen with this Reserve Bank. On the issue of the land, Mr. President, from the beginning, we never trusted you. We knew very well that you were using this matter to try and win votes. The land question is an emotive issue. It's not an issue that we should play political games with. Therefore, we are calling upon you to be decisive, including with the ruling party. You are sending us back to go and listen to our people who have already told us what needs to happen. We need to expropriate land without compensation. That is the only way we can restore the dignity of our people. We want the ANC to agree with us on this question, that the land must be expropriated without compensation. Section 25 of the Constitution must be amended, because it is only this that will take our people from out of the shacks and make sure that they effectively participate in the economy, in particular on issues of agriculture. Comrade President, you have not created any jobs. Since you became president, the unemployment has increased in South Africa. So instead of being a president that creates jobs, you are a president that creates unemployment. You need to know that since you came in, more young people are unemployed. It is exactly this belief you have, which is misguided, that you are looking for foreign direct investment to create jobs. It will never work. The only way we can create jobs in this country is to have a decisive state intervention in the commanding heights of the economy. We need to own the mines, we need to own the banks, we need to own the industries to ensure that we put money where it matters the most. Comrade President, you spoke about a new smart city. That question is premature. Before you even go to smart cities, fix Alexander. Before you create a smart city, let us go and fix Kailicha. Let's give the people of Guyana water. How can you want to open a smart city in Gauteng? Gauteng, which is overpopulated. The only way we can help our people is to identify a hopeless area which doesn't have any hope for economic activity. Go there, create smart cities there, and make sure that there is economic activities in those type of areas. Gauteng is overpopulated. The only way we can depopulate Gauteng is by creating other cities outside Gauteng so that we allow other provinces and other towns to grow. So all we are saying, Mr. President, is that you are not, we know very well, there is no smart city you are going to create. But also that it is not your idea, that one of Lanseria. It was there in 2011. So to come and want to create an impression that you came with a super idea of creating a smart city in Lanseria is being disingenuous. Therefore, if you want a legacy of your own, there is Lepalale, there are many other areas where we can create democratic cities and make sure that we grow economy in hopeless areas. Comrades, I heard you, Mr. President, saying you are going to open the university in Ekurhuleni. We agree with that idea. We also support that idea. But before we even open universities, like we did with opening glorified high schools in Mpumalanga and Northern Cape without a clear strategic objective, why can't we extend the infrastructure of the existing universities? Why can't we help the Wits University to buy the whole of Braamfontein and it becomes a Wits city like Oxford, and make sure that we get as many young people to go and learn at Wits? Why can't we say to Wits, go and open a campus in Rustenburg that is relevant to mining and ensure that we produce young people with skills that are relevant to the economy of their own town? For sure you don't know, Mr. President, that there was a UJ campus, by the way, Honorable Naledi will know, in Ekurhuleni, which was later closed down because there was no electricity, there was no water, the university was not serviced. This campus was opened during the merging of universities under a democratic government. You still failed to run that campus of UJ in Ekurhuleni. So let us not be excited with opening universities and naming them after ourselves, but instead extend the capacity of what is already there. Mr. President, also, there is no clear plan on how you are going to finance these needy students. And as far as is there, there's still a crisis. Every year, children must go to the university to be humiliated, to sing poems about their poverty, to tell how much poor they are, whereas these people are beneficiaries of SASA. Why can't we have a system that is linked? That a child who comes from a no-fee school, a child that comes from SASA, a child that is an orphanage, by the time you arrive at the university, they don't ask you to sing your poverty. They automatically know that this one cannot afford. So let us make sure that we link the system. You have appointed the most incapable person to be a minister of higher education. And I can tell you now, he's not going to help you with anything. The man just likes talking. He was the most hostile person during the feast.
Honorable Malema, just a minute.
Those people during the feast.
Yes. Honorable member, yeah, I'm pointing at you. On what point are you rising?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm raising on a point of order. Honorable Malema is misleading the House. Already when you are a SASSA beneficiary, you don't have to even provide and prove to NSFAS that how poor you are. So he's lying. He's been accusing the president of stealing ideas, whereas he comes here, presents an idea that is already living as if it is his own. So he must stop misleading the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. That is not the point of order. It's a point of debate. You're articulating your own point of view. Honorable Malema, please proceed.
So let's have a clear, free education from early childhood development to the first degree. That's how we are going to ensure that our people indeed benefit from this democratic dispensation. Chairperson, the de Klerk matter, President, I don't understand why we continue to give de Klerk the benefits as a former deputy president or even the president. Because those benefits are given to former presidents to go around to spread a positive message, to be nation builders. There is absolutely nothing that de Klerk does in terms of nation building. Many of you are scared to confront this question because de Klerk has got your false numbers. You were spies and you are scared that when you take de Klerk head on, your file of being spies will be released and you will be exposed for who you are, that you are not actually revolutionaries, you are impimpis who are on the payroll of de Klerk and the apartheid regime. Comrade President, we must ensure that we teach the white supremacists a lesson by treating de Klerk in a manner that shows that we have no tolerance for racists. But if we treat de Klerk the same way we treat Nelson Mandela, these white supremacists and their children will never see anything wrong, because the man who presided over the murder of our people is celebrated. So we must make sure that de Klerk is punished, so that anyone who wants to follow the examples of de Klerk doesn't do so, because we'll know that history will catch up with you and history will punish you. Comrade, we must deal decisively with white monopoly capital. We must refuse the Ruperts and the Oppenheimers to own this country and to run the affairs of this country through the president. Mr. President, I saw something very unique in your deputy president, and I thought we must pay a closer attention to him. DD intervened decisively on Jabu Mabuza's misleading of the president.
Order, Chair.
And were able
Order,
to get direction
Order,
from
Chair.
the Honorable Deputy President.
Order, Chair.
So, Honorable Deputy President.
Honorable Malema, Honorable Member, can we just clarify this one little issue? If you want to speak, you raise your hand.
You don't recognize.
Yes, I just want to repeat that again. If you want to speak, you raise your hand. Upon seeing you, I will then point at you. Only then can you stand up and say on what point you are rising. Can you please do that? Let me give you an opportunity to speak. Firstly, on what point are you rising?
I'm rising on a point of order, Chair. The Honorable Member Malema calls the Deputy President DD. We don't have a DD here. We've got an Honorable Member, Deputy President DD Mabuza.
Point of order sustained.
Honorable DD Mabuza, you intervened decisively on the issue of ESCOM and Jabu Mabuza and Honorable Jamnandas. But what made me to pay closer attention to you was when Johan Rupert said he can't have you as a president.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Therefore, I knew that there was something about you.
Honorable
which
member,
all of us, I'll make an
please
appeal
sit down.
that we pay.
Please sit down.
That we pay a closer attention to the deputy president. It looks like the deputy president has got something to offer. That's why the Ruperts say they can't have him as a president.
Okay.
So we must make sure.
Honorable Malema, just a minute. Honorable member, on what point are you rising?
14.0, Honorable Chair, no member shall refer to any member by his or her name. He just said, Honorable Jamnandas, can you withdraw? You cannot refer to a member with his or her first name.
We have reading problems here, and it's taking us time. Why don't you read, guys?
Chair.
It's not hard. Just read.
Honorable Godan.
Why now you think you are educated more than everybody?
Thank you very much.
Can I call that Madlozi? What is that Madlozi?
Order.
On Madlozi.
And because it's not a point of order, we'll proceed. Please sit down, Honorable Member.
Now,
Honorable Malema, please proceed.
Now, Chair, let me answer your question on domestic violence. When I spoke here during the State of the Nation last year, I said, anyone who has never beaten his wife in the past 25 years must raise his hand. And I said, I can do that because I have no history of such things. I've never, not once, not my ex, not my wife, not anything, I've never laid a hand on my wife. I asked that question precisely because I got information that the president used to beat his wife, Noma Zizi, the late wife of the president.
Chair.
May her soul rest in peace.
Chair.
I raised that issue because I said to the president, you cannot lead the state against gender-based violence. If you have not accepted that a woman
Honorable Malema,
beaten your wife,
on a point of order.
Honorable Malema,
I want to tell all of you now,
Honorable Malema,
Chair, on a point of order.
Again, you started
on a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Malema.
You started it with the wrong person.
Honorable
on a point of order.
This is the first one I'm saying on the president. I'm coming on 3 others. On him.
Honorable Malema, please sit down.
You started it with the wrong person.
Please sit down.
Chair.
Chairperson.
Chair.
I'm rising on... Chairperson, I'm rising on Rule 14A. Now, the fellow here is trying to deviate us from the fact of the matter here at hand. Why are you mentioning the president, mentioning others, blah, blah, blah? Hey, rumor, hey, what, President Chief, get to the point, answer. Are you abusing your wife? Yes or no? Stop involving other members of the House here.
Honorable members.
The answer is no. I have no problem giving that difficult. But I want...
Honorable members, Honorable Malema, please sit down, please. Honorable members, clearly there is a problem in the House. Clearly there is a problem in the House.
Outside.
One of these problems, there's a problem now in the House now, but one of the problems that lead to this big problem is the fact that members stand up and they input on the integrity of other members. Now, this kind of thing should not be happening in this joint sitting. Because if you do such a thing, others would stand up and do the same. And the result will be chaos and a general sense of disintegration and overall undermining of the House. So I'm pleading with all of us to carry ourselves and to behave in a befitting manner. Conduct ourselves in a manner that seeks to ensure that we are able to carry out the responsibilities and the mandate that has been given to us as public representatives. The second problem that I want to draw members' attention to really relate to the use of offensive language. Now, 14P of the joint rules reads as follows. It says, no member shall use offensive or unbecoming language. Now, what we have experienced here today is seriously disturbing. I mean, people being referred to as fools and things. And of course, the two people who have done that is a member at the back there, as well as Honorable Malema himself. Now, the issue of this use of offensive language extends to the usage of such words as impimbis, meaning the impimbi, and other related comments that have been made by members. Can I call on members to please allow us to continue with the proceedings and allow Honorable Malema to conclude his speech?
I'm not concluding.
But before he does so, I just want to emphasize that the presiding officers will come back to the House. And having examined all of these happenings and developments, will make remarks to this House, which hopefully will lead to a situation improving from where it is today. So please allow Honorable Malema to conclude his speech. Honorable Malema.
No, I'm not concluding, Chair. I still have a lot of time. I've got 40 minutes. So to say I must conclude, you can't dictate to me. I'm still speaking.
No, of course, I'm not saying that you should cut on your time.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that please conclude.
I get it. You asked me a question.
Please conclude, yeah.
And
Please.
then you wanted me to answer.
On a point of order.
I'm now answering. I'm now answering because if you want,
just a minute, Honorable Member Sala, point of order.
I can be very personal. You want to be personal, I can be very personal.
Please, Honorable Malema, just a minute. Honorable Member Sala.
Honorable Julius, you can sit down now. Chairperson, Honorable Malema is casting aspersions on the president. The question was about him and only him. Now, when he responds and decides to respond, he must respond to the question and not cast aspersions on the president. So he must withdraw, Chair, through you. Thank you.
No, don't worry.
Indeed,
House Chair.
Honorable Maliba.
House Chair on a point of order.
Yeah, now, now sit down. Sit down.
No, but we have been raising hands.
Please sit.
Yeah, but recognize us.
I will.
Please do.
I will. Please sit down. Honorable Malema. Of course, one of the remarks that you have made,
Yes.
and I'm sure you won't deny this,
Yes.
is this comment on the president. Can you please withdraw the remark?
No, wait, DP, wait. The question was, Chair, gender-based violence. What's my take on that? And then extended to, do you abuse your wife? So I answered the question on the wife. I'm now dealing with my perspective on gender-based violence. It must not be gender-based violence when it comes to Julius Malema and when it comes to your president. It's not gender-based violence. I'm a president of an organization too. And I shall treat your president the same way you treat me.
Honorable Malema.
Now, I want to tell you.
Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema.
You asked me about gender-based violence.
Honorable
I'm with the president. I'm still going to others.
Honorable Malema, I've asked you a clear, direct question. And I've asked you to withdraw what we have said about the president. So I'm requesting you to do that.
House Chairperson, with the greatest respect.
If you can just indicate what your response is to that.
With the greatest respect, Chair, point of order.
Honorable Ndlozi, please sit down.
Chair, with the greatest, I want to assist you.
Can you please sit down?
I want to assist you, Chair, respectfully.
Please sit down.
But the aspersions is not what the CIC.
Sit down. Order, Chairperson.
Please sit down. Thank you very much. Can I again, honorable members? Can I please ask honorable members, please to sit down. Please sit down. It's me pleading with you to please sit down as a presiding officer. Honorable Malema, can you please respond to what I'm asking you to do? I'm asking you to withdraw the remark that has been made about the president.
Okay. Let me explain this thing maybe different. No, you don't want the truth. You don't want the truth. That's the problem. Now, I've said, and I'm prepared to withdraw. But I said, in answering your question, 1, I don't beat up my wife. 2, my lawyers have written a letter to Honorable Mamabolo because he repeated it outside. Why is that important? It's important because if you have nothing to hide, you must take it to court, Mr. Malema. So I've taken it. He must pay me 1 million, or else I'm taking him to court. He has received a letter to show that I'm not hiding anything about abusing my wife. Can the president answer the question? Did he beat his late wife? That's a question we must answer. Because I've been asked the same question in this house about my wife. The president has got a history of beating up his wife, the late wife, and I'm following in the same steps you have been following.
Can we have order?
You came here to start personal battles without knowing the implications of those battles. Point of order. Like that. That's how we fight.
Point of order.
Honorable Malema.
Point of order.
Order, Chairperson.
No history of abuse, the history of love. That's me for you.
On a point of order.
I don't have history of abusing women. I'm in love. I'm happily married.
Please.
I don't have an ex-wife that says I was beating her up. And for your
point of order,
President Zuma can confirm that Noma Zizi, the ex-wife of the president, used to complain to President Zuma about being abused by the president.
On a point of order.
On a point of order, Chair.
Bring it on.
But I'm not scared of all of you.
Chair,
All
on a
of you
point of
combined.
order.
I'm not
On a
scared
point
of
of order,
nothing.
Chair.
Honorable Malema.
I'm not
Can you
scared
ask
of
sticks to
affection.
speak?
Honorable Malema.
But I'm scared of you. Nothing.
On a point of
really.
order, Chair.
But you're not order.
Honorable Malema.
Chair, on a point of order.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you the last time, Honorable Malema? Order members.
Order.
Can I ask you for the last time, Honorable Malema?
But Chair, who said you are scared of him?
Please withdraw the remark. And if you don't want to withdraw the remark, I'm about to ask you to leave the house.
You don't want the truth.
Hey,
Your president abused his ex-wife.
Hey,
It's a reality. You can abuse power the way you want to abuse it.
No, but
come to me and you say to me, I abuse my wife. I give you the facts. Now I take the and respond with the facts.
But the way
That's your president abuse. That's your president.
Honorable Malema.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm now
Your president
ordering you to leave the house.
You come to me.
I'm now ordering you to leave the house.
I answer you. I'm even telling you to talk about it. To show I've got nothing to hide.
Honorable Malema,
Who said you are scared of you? President, you come to me with the nonsense, I'll give you nonsense. Not scared of nothing.
Honorable Malema, please leave the house.
I'm not part of your fiction. I can leave the house now.
It's undemocratic.
The facts remain. Mama Zizi must rest in peace. She was abused by your president.
Leave.
Before Honorable Malema leaves the house.
Leave.
Honorable Malema, please leave the house.
leave the house.
Dictator is a
Amba
dictator.
VPS,
The
Amba.
only speaker in his own party. A dictator.
Leave.
Useless.
Hamba sticks. Hamba.
Honorable Chair, can the bodyguards also follow their master?
Take your puppets with you. Take your puppets.
Bodyguard, follow me. Bodyguards, follow your master. Follow your master.
Don't forget to give him eyes.
Ice boy, make sure you have Julius's phone there.
Ice boy.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We'll now proceed to the next speaker,
No, Chair.
Honorable Todovu. Sorry.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mangosu Tipteles.
Chair. Honorable Chairperson.
Please sit down, honorable member.
Chair.
Please sit. Let's hear what your point of order is.
Chair, I want to raise this concern. It happened during SONA. It happened today when we want to rise and switch our mics. Our mics are off. But the mics on the other side, they are on. And that is not fairness from our side. And you consistently instruct us to sit down. How are you going to point us if our mics are not red? Because the other ones, they just rise without being noted. Now that consistency is going to assist us moving forward, Honorable Presiding Officer. So I'm bringing that thing to your attention. Our mics can never be switched off. If there's something wrong with the people who are operating the mics generally, that thing has to be addressed because it sends a particular message of sabotage. and it cannot be allowed. Thank you very much.
The question of switch off mics must be investigated and looked into. The table will look into that, and at the next sitting, we'll give you a report.
Chair.
Just a minute.
Oh, sure. No, but I want to raise.
Here's a hand, here, Chair. There's a hand here.
Honorable
Chief
Member.
Enkosi sihlalo webhunga lamaphondo. Sihlalo ndithi mandiyiveze lento kulendlu. Ilungu elibekelekileyo umama uSonti.
Yes.
Ubiza amalungu wendlu yowisomthetho ngoSathane.
On record.
On record ndithi ke that matter must also be referred to powers and privileges kuba uyithetha lento siphakamisa isandla selapha ngaphakathi kodwa imic zethu bezingasebenzi so ndiyayiphakamisa ke into yoba members were insulted here by Honorable Sonti. Thank you.
The matter must be part of the list to be looked into. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. And one is the complaint that you always ask us to sit down, we raise our hands, you don't recognize us. Two, when Honorable Malima was casting aspersions on the person of the president, on a question that the president has previously responded in this very house, you don't recognize us to clarify that matter. The president was asked whether he has abused his wife. And the president said he has never abused his wife. In the public domain, it was said it was his first wife. And Mrs. Hope Ramaphosa went on public record and said, I've not been abused. Cyril Ramaphosa has never laid a hand on me. And then he turned and he says, it's Nomazi's because she's now late. May her soul rest in peace. She can't stand and speak for herself. Chairperson, you are not fair to us. You are not fair to us defending the organization and the people of the country.
Thank you very much. Point noted. All I can say, members, honorable members,
House Chair, point of order.
is as presiding officer, we will do whatever we can.
Yes.
Order.
To run the house in an independent manner, in a manner that seeks to ensure that these difficulties do not arise. And where they arise, we'll acknowledge them, and if need be, apologize accordingly. Nompendulo.
Chair, to correct you, it's Honorable Mkachwa.
Honorable Mkachwa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to raise as a concern to the House the fact that we have, as a House, politicized the gender-based violence issue in this House, and we failed to address the issue of violence having taken place in this House on an honorable member, and would like to make sure that the chairperson investigates that particular incident to ensure that such behavior does not continue to occur in this House. Thank you very much, Chair.
Right. No, thank you very much.
House Chairperson. Look to your right.
Yes, where are you? Yes.
The other side, other side.
Where?
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
House Chairperson, I feel I have to rise not to waste the time of the House, but to register the extreme disappointment of the Democratic Alliance and disgust at what has just taken place. I actually feel physically ill that I sit in a House of Parliament with honourable members who certainly do not earn the title honourable members. I have never quite heard insults being hurled at people in their individual capacity as well as people in race groupings. And I find it an abomination of everything that we as the Rainbow Nation stand for, to have to sit through a sitting of a debate of the magnitude of SONA in front of the President, the Deputy President, the Leader of the Official Opposition, and all South Africans, and be insulted and be subjected to the grossness that I had to experience today. And I would like to put it on record that I speak on behalf of all women when I think that when a political point is made of women who are abused and who are murdered on a daily basis, Women in this country suffer from post-traumatic stress and from stress disorders because we are under siege. We are at war with one another. And when this kind of thing is made light of to make political point scoring a big deal in this House, it is appalling. And if anyone in this country thinks that what just happened in this House is acceptable, they certainly need their heads read. And we as Parliament now need to stand together and say enough is enough. This House is an honourable House. The decorum must be restored. And if you cannot behave yourself in an honourable fashion, you do not belong in the servant public Parliament of South Africa.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, at last. Honourable Chairperson, I rise on a point of order. From the time this debate has started, many members of this House have been cutting their noses to spite their faces. And it doesn't take rocket science to understand what the strategy is of the ruling party. And one may have some understanding of that strategy. But when we start getting personal in the manner that we have, it's just totally unacceptable. And I think the Honourable President is capable enough, when he responds to the debate, to respond to some of the issues that have been raised. That is his responsibility, and will do that. And it doesn't take us to stand up and down here like jumping jack flashes to answer on his behalf. Let him answer, he will answer, but I want you, Honourable Chairperson, to proceed with this, because millions of South Africans out there are starving, they're unemployed, and here we are having personal slanging matches. Let us now listen to a real response to the state of the nation from the Honourable Prince Buthelezi. Thank you.
Yes. Honourable Muman, you are covered. Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Naledi.
I rise, Chairperson, in terms of the joint rules and particularly the use of offensive language. You have referred to some of the comments of the Honourable Leader of the EFF that were made from the podium. There is a worst comment which I cannot repeat because I was properly brought up, but I would like you to pay attention to Hansard, and I believe that must come before a disciplinary committee of this institution. It was absolutely disgusting, and I think it should not be allowed in this House.
Thank you very much, Honourable Naledi. Honourable members, indeed all of these issues will receive attention, will be referred to the relevant committees, and it will be recorded as such. So I'll ask Honourable Buthelezi to take the podium.
Honourable Chairperson of the National House of Provinces, Your Excellency the President, and Your Excellency the Deputy President, honourable members, ministers, honourable ministers, and honourable deputy ministers, and honourable premiers. On the 8th of January 1912, several hundred learned men of our nation gathered in Bloemfontein to chart a course to liberation. In their midst was but one woman, Mrs. Charlotte Manye Matlege. And it is that woman whom I wish to quote today. She said, "This work is not for yourselves. Kill the spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them, and you can rise, bring someone with you," unquote. Now, this year, we commemorate 150th birthday of Mrs. Charlotte Manya Matlege. We will celebrate the 30th anniversary of Madiba's release. And with these anniversaries and many more, we're inclined to consider the state of our nation against the original dream. Has it been achieved? Have we come far enough? Is this in fact the country we imagined? Is what we have just seen now what all the people who sacrificed their lives to liberate this country, that they did so that we should see the drama that we've just watched. Now, to go back to my speech, I must say that the theme for the 6th Parliament is well chosen, which is following up on our commitments to the people. It is clear that some of the commitments made in 1994 and repeated ever since are yet to be filled. It is not that government has done nothing to fulfill them, but that the good work started has not been completed. The great tragedy is that our work has not followed a linear course. Our work, our commitments, our intentions, and our plans have been thoroughly waylaid by what Charlotte Manyamaklaya called the spirit of self. Leaders living above the people and enriching themselves. We find ourselves now in desperate times with an economy all but collapsing. Corruption has brought us here. It is not that South Africa is without hope, potential, or assets. As the President said, there is, quote, unbounded potential, unquote. The root of our problem is described in Proverbs chapter 13, verse 23. Abundant food is in the fallow ground of the poor, but it is swept away by injustice. This is quite literally true. Mr. President, there are around 40,000 commercial farmers in this country, feeding a population of some 55 million. Of course, we need to talk about land reform and social justice. But I think as we navigate an economic crisis, we must consider food security as a matter of urgency. To me, it is a priority. Unless we empower rural communities to produce food for themselves and for market, our people are staring into the eyes of starvation. I'm not being overdramatic. Where there is poverty, unemployment, and reliance on an unsustainable social grant system, the basic needs of food, water, shelter, and electricity automatically take center stage. Your Excellency, I wonder whether anyone on the street could articulate the government's 3 major projects to stimulate our economy. Does anyone understand what is being done? Or do they still wonder if anything is being done at all? The chasm that exists between our people's lived experience and our government's programs, policies, and intentions is damaging. It is this that the IFP sought to protect against when we engage in constitutional negotiations. Prior to 1994, when parties gathered around the negotiating table, the IFP took a stand for the devolution of powers in order to bring resources and decision-making closer to the people. We sought to decentralize governance precisely to avoid what South Africa has now, a government where all the power and resources are held at the top in the hands of a few. Local government, I think, is the first point of contact and generally the only point of contact between the people and government. It is at the level of local government that the basic needs of our people are properly understood, measured, and in fact, attended to. It is municipalities that address the bread and butter issues like water, electricity, and food production. And yet we have across our country municipalities that cannot even provide water for their communities because municipalities are at the mercy of those higher up who control the allocation of infrastructure grants. While national government holds the purse strings in an iron grip, local government is being starved and suffocated. I think we need to get the money down to where it is needed, to where it is used to meet our people's immediate and basic needs. This is the best practice in any democratic system, but more so in a time of severe economic crisis. It is time to empower local government. Unless power is decentralized away from top, then corruption will continue to eat away at the resources that are intended for our people. We meant it when we said in 1995, let the people govern. Your Excellency, when you spoke last Thursday, one could not help but feel that we're being told the truth at last. The stark reality you described of economic stagnation, deepening unemployment, an energy crisis and severe poverty was honest. It stood in sharp contrast to the SONAs we were subjected to for a full decade, where a false narrative was spun that there's a good story to tell. We appreciate hearing the truth from the lips of our head of state and our head of government. But we cannot avoid the obvious question. Why did this government not tell us the truth before, as the president has now done? Why did it avoid the truth for years and years until South Africa was reduced to such dire circumstances that untruths were no longer possible? Mr. President, you described everything that has been done in the last 2 years to try to put our country back on track. But you lamented, and I quote you, it has not been enough, unquote, you said. Sadly, it was never going to be enough. South Africa was taken too far in the wrong direction. Economic recovery will take years, and it depends on a multitude of factors. So when our president describes billions of rands worth of projects, I then have to ask the question, where will these billions come from? The Director General in the Treasury has told us that the coffers of the state are empty. State-owned enterprises bailouts have depleted our resources. The very state-owned enterprises that the president admits have endured years of corruption, mismanagement, and state capture. Surely, colleagues, we're talking about treason here. And yet there have been no arrests. The president simply says that the work of the SONA Commission is continuing. Will we ever see arrests and convictions? Or will this be another Mzimvubu dam spoken about year after year with very little to show for it? There are many conversations that have been going on for years with little to show for it. The problem of high data costs is one of them. And Your Excellency, we appreciate the indication that this is finally going to change. But the question is when? We need a time frame, lest our people lose hope. Another conversation that began years ago with the late Honorable Dr. Mario Oriane Ambrosini is the medical use of cannabis. I want to personally thank you, Your Excellency, for the commitment to formulate policy this year. May I urge you, sir, please go further into what our late colleague tabled. It is essential that South Africa becomes a center of medical innovation and research. If we fail to consider innovative treatment for cancer alone, the NHI will collapse almost instantly. It was also the late Honorable Dr. Ambrosini who, for more than a decade ago, warned the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Economic Development, and the President that the speed at which our country's debt was growing had become unsustainable. It worries me that only now, in 2020, is the President saying that our debt, in to quote him, is heading towards unsustainable levels, unquote. South Africa carries a debt burden that we have no way of repaying, and we have no plan on how to prepay it. In these dire circumstances, it is absolutely true that government cannot rescue South Africa on its own, as the President stated. It did everything, even if it did everything it was able to do. There must be partnerships and social compacts, and I've often said that we will either swim together or sink together. Social cohesion is vital at this point. Ironically, honourable members, the EFF gave us a valuable lesson last week. They proved that diverse people can be united when faced with a shared problem. And I agree with our Chief Whip, the Honorable Mr. Singh, that the joint rules need to be revisited to close the door of the kind of embarrassing display we endured that week. In a time of such volatility and uncertainty, our people do not need panem et circumstances. It was stated
Honorable
in
Shenge,
that
ngiyaxolisa siyakuphelela baba qala uyivale nje on your left there.
Just 3 words.
Yeah, go
We
ahead.
need integrity, solutions, and justice. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dodovu.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellency President Ramaphosa and Deputy President Mabuza, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I preface my contribution to this important debate by joining millions of our people across the global village to salute President Mandela as we mark the 30th anniversary of his release from prison in 1990. I rise to express our collective fervent appreciation to Madiba for the indelible contribution he made in bringing about freedom in our land. I salute him because he taught us that apartheid was a crime against humanity, and therefore we must fight it with all the weapons at our disposal. This was a way in which Madiba paid a deposit in our moral banking account so that we emulate these virtues and his exemplary leadership. As we walk along the path and along a solid foundation laid by Madiba, we owe a special debt of gratitude to him because he has enriched our lives with the magic of his words, the enchantment of his images, the acuity of his insights, and the magnitude of his vision. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Madiba taught us that in order to rise to the majestic heights of success and glory, and in order to achieve the strategic objectives of building a united, non-racial and non-sexist democracy, we must work together. We must develop partnership and we must coordinate our actions to advance the national development agenda. In taking this message forward, 2 months ago, the Select Committee on COGTA in the NCOP called to Parliament 5 municipalities with the highest accumulated irregular expenditure. We called them because in his 2017 and 2018 consolidated report, the Auditor General stated that the spending of these municipalities was going against their own budgets, that they were breaking their own municipal policies and bylaws, and that they were awarding contracts which were not going through proper supply chain management processes. These municipalities are Nelson Mandela Bay and OR Tambo in the Eastern Cape, Johannesburg in Gauteng, the city of Matlosana in Northwest, and Mogalakwena in Limpopo. 3 of these municipalities are governed by the ANC, while 2 were governed under the DA-EFF marriage of inconvenience, which has recently imploded. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we also visited Mtubatuba municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, which is governed by the IFP coalition. Due to political infightings and financial instability, the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government has placed this municipality under administration in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. Tomorrow on Wednesday, we are inviting the City of Cape Town Metro Municipality, together with the Auditor General to our committee, to account on its under-expenditure of about 5 billion rands during the 2018 and 2019 financial year. Failure to spend this budget by the City of Cape Town, especially on capital infrastructure, is a setback to the people of Langa, Philippi, Khayelitsha, and Gugulethu. These people too are desperately yearning for services like water, better roads, community facilities, and electricity in their homes. No amount of reason can justify why the City of Cape Town has not spent these funds which were earmarked for the poor, which they desperately need. Madam Deputy Speaker, the problem facing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the problems facing these municipalities are just a tip of an iceberg. They are a microcosm of a much bigger problem facing local government. The state of many of our municipalities leave much to be desired and need urgent attention. I think we have unfortunately underestimated the magnitude of the challenges we face at municipal level because local government remains one of the most complex and protracted projects of state transformation since 1994. It is for that reason that as the ANC we fully support the district development model as adopted by our government last year in order to address many of these problems facing municipalities. The district development model is a key intervention to service delivery, integrated planning, and cooperative governance. As it is piloted in the OR Tambo district, eThekwini Metro and Waterberg district, it is anticipated that this model will fast-track service delivery and ensure adequate support and resources for municipalities in order to fulfill their constitutional mandate. For this model to succeed, each district and metropolitan municipality must accelerate, align, integrate service delivery under a single plan that is developed jointly by all spheres of government and other role players like business, labor, and our communities. In this way, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the national priorities such as economic growth, employment creation, improvements of living conditions of our people, and the fight against crime and corruption will be better coordinated, especially in the rural areas where these services are mostly needed. In addition, the model will strengthen the working relationship between municipalities and traditional leaders and will also address the issue of poverty, inequality, and the aging infrastructure. It must also take forward the issue of remodeling the community work program, the extended public works program, and develop implementable LED strategies. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as we continue to resolve our problems, we must be responsible to the people. We must be frank, candid, and honest about the challenges we are facing. As Mao Zedong of the People's Republic of China taught us, our duty is to hold ourselves responsible to the people. Every word, every act, and every policy we make must conform to the people's interests. And if mistakes occur, we must admit them and correct them. That is what being responsible to the people means. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is therefore unfortunate that the leaders of the majority of the major political parties have dismally failed to seize the strategic opportunity presented by the president in terms of ameliorating this situation. Instead of maturely engaging on the issues, they pour venom, direct personal vitriolic attacks, and pander into cheap populism. As for you, the DA, as you are suffering heavy electoral losses to the Freedom Front Plus, in the white communities especially, your desperation has been uncovered because you are replacing black leaders with white leaders, and this has been unmasked, and you are being unmasked for who you are, a white party which inherently preserves white supremacy and white interests. We want to also, Honorable Deputy Speaker, want to express our disgust to the EFF's kindergarten mentality of disruption during the SONA last week. Its threats of violence and of undermining the freedom of speech needs to be firmly resisted. Such behavior has no place in our democratic order. As its leaders swaddle like infants in a kindergarten, their behavior can only confirm that they are still wet in their ears and their eyes need to be open so that they must clearly see the way. It is my considered view, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that it is clear that as we move forward toward the local government elections, this anarchy and madness will reach unparalleled proportions if it is not arrested, because they would look for votes like predators at the smell of blood and strive to scavenge on what they call the carcass of the ANC. And we have the responsibility to defend the ANC and to defend the gains of our revolution. And taking this particular forward, it will be quite important that we listen to what the president has carefully said to us in terms of attending these particular issues. And as the ANC, we are quite confident that these particular matters will be addressed. On those bases, I want to really profoundly thank the president for his positive message to our people in South Africa that all of us need to embrace and take forward in terms of attending to the many challenges that are facing us. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Akbar Groenewald. Honorable Dodovu, please contact my office to arrange a meeting so that I assure you of one or two things here.
Speaker, I want to start to say to the Honourable President through you, I don't deliver a speech today to try to score political points. And it's a pity that we saw what we saw this afternoon. South Africa is too deep in trouble and too many crises that we can waste our time on political score pointing. And, Honourable President, it started from the ANC. It was an ANC member who started to ask a question to Malema. And you don't have to be very intelligent to understand and predict what the chaos is going to be. That is disrespectful from your own members towards you. Chairperson, 2 years ago, you came the President of South Africa, pledging a new dawn of reform, economic growth, and jobs. Now, those three issues are the main issues of the problems of South Africa, especially when we talk about jobs. And we know that you can only create jobs if the economy grows well. You know that. But with great respect, Deputy Speaker, a lot was said by the President in the SONA. Yes, reform, new legislation as far as procurement is concerned, to favor SMMEs. Yes, you can register a company or a business within 1 day. Yes, your water rights will be dealt with or deal with within a 90-day period. I call that the cosmetics of the economic growth. The real test is, let's see, how did the economy grow in the 2 years? Before you became the president, the economic growth rate was 1.4%. Under your leadership, Honorable President, the first year it decreased to 0.8%. The prediction today from the Reserve Bank is that last year's economic growth is going to be 0.4%. So despite all your summits on job summits, your conferences on investments, that is the reality of the economic growth rate. If you look at the unemployment rate, before you became the president, it was 26.7% on the narrow definition. After your first year, it increased to 27.1%, and last year, 29.1%. Those are the realities of what is happening in the economy. Let's take Eskom. Chairperson, I stood from this podium and said numerous times that we have to do away with black economic empowerment. We have to do away with affirmative action, and we must stop expropriation without compensation. Why did I say that? Firstly, the people ask certain questions when it comes to Eskom. The first thing they ask is, in 2014, when you became the deputy president, you were appointed in charge of a war room of Eskom to ensure no load shedding. I've asked you a question last year. Why did you disband it? You explained and it said you've requested it to be disbanded because there's not the CEO and everything. Now, Honorable President, you come again and you start a new war room under the Honorable Deputy President. Now, why is he going to make a success? The people is asking that. Or will he be better than you? You declared with load shedding stage 6 that there was sabotage. The people of South Africa are still asking, how far is the investigation? Furthermore, why do I say stop black economic empowerment? Let me explain to you how it works in Eskom. If you go and you buy a normal fluorescent tube, 4 feet long, and next time when you visit a hardware shop, you can ask them, the price will be 65 rand, more or less. But Eskom, they procure that same tube for 900 rand. You know why? Because of black economic empowerment between 65 rand and 900 rand. That, and you can go and do an investigation and come back and be honest with the people, that they can see what happens with black economic empowerment. That is not economic empowerment, that is economic theft of the taxpayers' money. We say from the Freedom Front Plus, Chair, review the labor legislation. Municipalities where the ANC control almost all the municipalities in South Africa, people must understand, if you want electricity, you have to pay for it. And yes, I understand. The 6 kiloliters and the 6 kilowatt free, I understand, acceptable. But there are many people who can afford it, but they don't pay. Furthermore, I ask you, Honorable President, put a moratorium on black economic empowerment and affirmative action until South Africa has a growth rate of 5%. And stop expropriation without compensation. And you will be shocked another time to see how quick we will get to 5%. Chairperson, I want to talk about affirmative action. And I want to read to you a letter from a father in die Burger 20 Junie 2020. Dis van meneer Dirk Spannenberg van Bellville. Hy sê ons dogter het 2 weke gelede haar matriekuitslaag gekry. Sy het 8 onderskeidings en 'n gemiddeld van 90%. Sy het talle gemeenskapsuitrekke gedoen, asook Kosa kursusse. Nogtans, nadat die champagneproppe geskiet is om die suksesse te vier, moes ons trane afdroog, aangesien sy nie kering gekry het om medies te studeer nie. Haar passie was en is steeds om 'n pediater te word, en dit is hoekom sy so hard gewerk het. Wat sê jy aan jou kind wanneer dit gebeur? Hoe hou jy haar positief wanneer drome vertrap word deur 'n stelsel van onregverdigheid? I appeal to you, Honourable President, on Thursday. Can you please answer this pupil? 90% and average, 8 distinctions, but she cannot go and study medical studies. Lastly, Chairperson, I said also numerous times, the Afrikaner wants to build this country. We extend our hand to try to build. On Reconciliation Day, you came forward and you referred to the Blood River issue and the voortrekkers as invaders and freedom fighters. Chairperson, Deputy Chair, with great respect, that was an insult to my ancestors. I'm a descendant of those voortrekkers. En ek vra vir die agbare president, dit is nie nasiebou nie. Die gelofte was 'n gelofte tussen die voortrekkers, nie die regering nie. Maar ek wil ook vir die agbare president sê, dit gaan nie oor of gelofte of versoeningsdag nie. It's not or, but and. Die wat wil geloftefees wil hou, hou dit. Die wat wil versoeningsdag hou, hou dit. Can I say, reconciliation between the voortrekkers and the Zulus happened in 1840, where they gave stones to each other as a symbol of peace. And there is peace up till today. I want to conclude to say to you, Honourable President, every president has a legacy. You decide what your legacy is going to be. At the moment, let me tell you what the people think your legacy is.
Except that your time has expired.
I will just finish. The legacy, they say, is that we have a shock president who cannot take decisions. Take the decision in the interest of South Africa, not in the interest of the ANC, and you will have a good legacy. I thank you.
Sit down.
Honorable the Minister of Basic Education.
No, Deputy Speaker, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Honorable Deputy President David Mabuza, Honorable members of the National Assembly and the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Speaker, last week, President Ramaphosa asserted that we have, and I quote, we have steadily improved the reach of education and tended for the basic needs of the poor. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, there's no doubt that the basic education system is beginning to reach the desired stability, which is healthy for a large system as large and important as ours. The public system in South Africa continues to enjoy the confidence of South Africans, and we have to give our best at all times. South Africans continue to send almost 96% of the country's learners to ordinary public schools. Deputy Speaker, on early childhood education, the President is indeed very correct in asserting that, and I quote, the investment we make now in early childhood development and early school learning will yield economic benefits in the next 2 decades and beyond. And the President's assertion is supported by the World Bank, OECD, and UNESCO. So after the President injuncted during the 2019 SONA, we can report as a sector, working together with social development, that we are in the process of declaring 2 years prior to grade 1, which is grade R and grade RR, in the basic education. So we will be tabling or bringing a bill here, amongst others, which will pronounce on this matter. Again, the Ministries of Social Development and Basic Education are at an advanced stage in actualizing ECD function shift from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Basic Education with transitional arrangements already determined. We also regularize such transitional arrangements for the ECD function chief under the guidance of the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. We have already drafted 2 proclamations. The national proclamation will be signed by His Excellency, and the 9 provincial proclamations will be signed by honorable premiers at our 9 provincial administrations. And we are in the process of finalizing the national framework for an integrated ECD, which we will realize for broad consultation. We will also go on broad consultation during this course of this financial year. And finally, guided by the Government Technical Advisory Center, we are determining the financial and human resource implications of an integrated ECD program at local, provincial, and national level. Again, Chair, on the relevance of our educational outcomes into the future, the President also indicated that, and I quote, there are immediate interventions that should be made to continue to improve the quality and relevance of our education outcomes. So in October 2019, as a department, we did undertake and completed field trials on the Early Learning National Assessment in all our provinces. And this assessment, which is designed to establish the levels of school readiness for grade 1 learners after completing grade R, it assesses the level of school readiness in terms of emerging literacy and numeracy skills and the underlying cognitive processing and executing functioning associated with improving learning outcomes in the foundation phase. So, Deputy Speaker, again on the matters of skills for a changing world, as a sector, we are mindful of the reports, including a report from the World Economic Forum that estimates that 60% of current jobs will disappear in the next 10 years, and that new skills will be required to function effectively in the future. So as a sector, we acknowledge the need to ensure that every South African child is equipped with skills, knowledge, and competencies required to function effectively in a changing world and during the era of the 4th Industrial Revolution. So DB has completed the development of coding and robotics curriculum for grade R. From grade R to 9, we were assisted by experts in these areas, your university lecturers, labor in the sector, experts in the industry, our partners in civil society, and education experts nationally and internationally. And this exciting curriculum will equip learners with digital skills required for future jobs to function effectively in a changing world, and will teach every South African child about artificial intelligence, virtual reality, 3D printing, and advanced manufacturing. We can say we have received lots of support from NGOs in this space, and we want to give special thanks to African Teen Gigs, to Institutes of Higher Learning, especially UNISA, and the Social Foundation for assisting us in this response. So, President, in responding to the injunction that tablets should be available to all learners, after your injunction in 2019, we immediately hosted a roundtable with all the communications companies in the country and other players in the value chain of supplying connectivity devices, digital content, and ICT. So government's vision on the DBE comprehensive plan of ensuring that every learner has access to an ICT device by the end of the 6th administration was presented to this roundtable. And we can say, through ICASA, all network operators were provided or were allocated schools which they have to start with. Our plan to provide ICT equipment, including assistive devices, it prioritizes learners with special education needs, learners in multi-grade schools, and also learners in farming areas and hard-to-reach areas. And the plan to complete the resourcing has started and will be completed before the end of March. We can report that, for instance, Vodacom has already completed its quota or will complete its quota of 140 schools, 40 schools, special schools by June. MTN has already done 33, and by the end of the financial year, they will have done the 102. But also foundations like the Thabo Mbeki Foundation have come to the party to assist us to reach this target. Again, President, you also spoke about skills for the future. And again, because of time, we can't give you lots of details about how far we've gone around the curriculum for skills of the future, but plans are underway using different programs and supports that we have to ensure that we convert a number of schools into schools of specialization and schools of vocational education and focus schools. We have signed memorandums of understanding with companies like Ford South Africa, which will be donating 200 engines, gearboxes, and car to different schools. We'll be adopting a school per province. Ford South Africa has come to the party. BM and Toyota also is working with other provinces. Indeed, President, you also applauded the class of 2019, and we agree that indeed it is very encouraging to see green shoots in the system as much as all needs to be done. We have finalized, before I even lose time, I also want to talk about the GEC qualification that we are on way. We are making lots of progress about GEC, and want to clarify that the GEC certificate is not there to encourage learners to leave the system before time, but the GEC is meant to provide different pathways for our learners, and we're piloting it in 2021 with the intention of fully rolling it out in 2021. Again, we've made lots of programs around AGRA. I want to quickly run and leave all the issues that we can report on basic education, around early grade reading, and also the work that we have done around the areas which we had directed us to. I want to go back to the financial support for post-school students, and want to confirm what the Minister of Higher Education has said, that all SASSA beneficiaries automatically qualify for NS funding. The funding for NS for 2020 has increased from 11.2 billion in 2016 to about 35 billion in 2020, which translates to more than 212% from the previous years. There's also a program that the Department of Higher Education is running with the Department of Basic Education, which is your Funza Lushaka bursaries, and also want to really also report, I heard that they were saying we're jumping around universities. Yes, indeed, the Department of Higher Education is putting a process in place towards the establishment of a new university in Ekurhuleni, and it's going to be a university of science and innovation. It has been planned to be a unique and focused institution playing a leading role within a differentiated higher education landscape, drawing on the advantages of its locality to forge partnerships with the city and industry to develop a highly specialized university for the advancements of our society. And again, Deputy Speaker, I can also confirm that work is at an advanced stage in terms of the different universities that the department has planned, and the Department of Higher Education has already published the National Skills Development Plan, which is going to be implemented in April this year, using SETAs as the core towards the training of towards the training of young people, and making sure that we provide learnerships, internships, apprenticeships, and work for integrated learners. And- Ke a e bona, ke a leboha. Ha ke sa ntse ba tlo tswela pele, ke a leboha.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, Honorable President, fellow South Africans, it is now 26 years after the dawn of democracy, and as the President so eloquently delivered in his SONA address, it is now 30 years since Nelson Mandela's march to freedom. However, for many of our country's people, we are still not free. We remain trapped in poverty and unemployment. We remain in a time warp of an unfair and unequal society. This was made even more evident by the President's inability to give direction to the country in terms of the early childhood development implementation, as well as the quality of teaching and learning in grades 1 to 3. The level of preparedness by the Department of Education to implement early childhood development after many years of planning is worrisome. as access to early childhood development remains the crux of preventing the high dropout rates that occur later in high school. The President, together with the Department of Basic Education, has to date failed to deal with the poor levels of reading and writing in the foundation phase of our schools. The real reason for the high dropout rate in high school is because we do not get reading, writing, and comprehension at the required level in the foundation phase. The President has stated that every 10-year-old needs to be able to read for meaning. However, the truth is that the Department of Education promoting learners in grades 1 to 3 without them being able to read is the real reason for our massive failure and dropout rates later on in their school careers. It is commendable to introduce coding and robotics in grades R to 3. But when our learners are unable to grasp the fundamentals of reading and writing, how will they grasp the fundamentals of coding and robotics? The President has also reminded the country that half of all young people are unemployed. The truth is that these unemployment statistics have a direct correlation on the quality and type of education that our young people are receiving in the early years of their schooling careers. The education system is failing our young people by lowering standards and promoting learners, thereby setting them up for failure later on. Mr. President, in your SONA address, you told the nation that you were wearing a suit made by a local designer. This is commendable. Nonetheless, our schools are not adequately equipped to prepare learners in the foundation phase with skills to get them ready for the world of work and exactly such entrepreneurship. Skills, abilities, and sharp minds are honed during the early childhood development years, but we are not getting this right. Towards the end of your SONA address, you reminded the country that it is time to build on the foundations. We are all aware that a strong foundation is needed for a house, a company, a relationship, in order for it to be successful. Without a strong foundation, you are setting yourself up for failure, and this is what the government is currently doing to our young minds. The best and first foundation to build is on improving the quality of education in our foundation phases and grades 1 to 3. To make our schools safe, to eradicate pit latrines once and for all, and to ensure that every child who proceeds to high school is able to read, write, and comprehend. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mishwe.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Deputy President, honorable members, I first want to register on behalf of the ACDP our extreme disappointment at the toxic atmosphere that some presiding officers have allowed to preside and to prevail in this House. The fact that rulings are made and not enforced, and rulings are not consistent, does not help to have order in the House. So I want to appeal to all presiding officers to treat all members and all parties equally. When one saw what happened on Thursday, for example, points of orders that came from the EFF were entertained, and there were many hands this side that were ignored. And that is setting a bad precedence for the future. And we want to say that what happened cannot and should not be allowed to continue. The dignity and decorum of this House must be restored as a matter of priority, particularly during joint sittings. We are tired of hearing people on the ground saying, when is the circus beginning? We are tired to hear people saying, this House is now one of the best entertainments you can see on television. and the presiding officers hold the key to bring order to the House. Chairperson or Deputy President, Deputy Speaker, the ACDP agrees with the President that our economy has not grown at any meaningful rate for over a decade now. We also agree that government alone cannot solve these economic challenges. That's why the ACDP believes that business should be enabled to create the right opportunities for job creation and growth. And let us not forget, Mr. President, that when things deteriorate and we find ourselves where we are today, the President should not shy away from asking the nation to help government by praying for the future of this country. Because without him, you should know, Mr. President, won't make it. We all know further that ESCOM is one of the main contributors of our poor economic growth, as load shedding continues to disrupt and hamper businesses and people's lives on a daily basis. That is why the ACDP welcomed the President's pronouncement that municipalities in good standing will now be allowed to procure energy directly from independent power producers. The ACDP
Ntate Moruti, ka bomadimabe nako e ha o fedile ntate.
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable Holomisa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, Deputy President, and honorable members. Since the change of government in 1994, there have been improvements. Yet, judging by the uneasiness of the people who have been suffering due to poor service delivery, it is difficult to explain to them when the same leadership which liberated them yesterday are now embroiled in the looting of state resources. It simply means that the noble intentions which were pronounced in 1994 have been hijacked by thugs. Money that could have been used to alleviate the backlogs and imbalances of the past have been stolen. Take all these cases, such as the massive Gupta looting, VBS, Posasa, and other revelations of the commissions of inquiries. We just cannot allow this nonsense to continue. Either the NPA's leadership must resign or be fired, and we must employ competent people, or we must request secondment of experts from countries that we have bilateral agreements with. Honorable members, the state of our environment needs attention, in particular pollution and the lack of enforcement regarding waste management. Mr. President, we propose that all vehicle owners or drivers be made liable for people throwing garbage out of car, taxi, and truck windows. Shop owners should stop dumping packaging material at our sidewalks. It's time that we inculcate a culture of ownership. We must clean up the mess we made. Nobody is going to do it for us. In conclusion, I agree with you, Mr. President. Climate change is a reality of which South Africans should be keenly aware. General desertification, dams that are dried up, and soil erosions are at the order of the day. Silting of dams and riverbeds are problematic. Job opportunities can be created if government could launch a program to plant grass and put other erosion combating measures in place to preserve the soil in rural areas and to clear silted dams and rivers to restore their capacity. But Mhlekazi kufuneka ungathi draw a line. Makucace uba you are in charge of the country. Discipline iphelile abantu isebalekile lento ndiyithethayo. The discipline here.
I'm drawing the line. Honorable
Discipline
Holomisa,
here is gone. Tribes.
discipline must be
Order,
shown
order,
by
order,
example.
order.
Honorable the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Sekela somlomo, mongameli lohloniphekile, delisekela lakho, kanye namalunga alendlu kanye nozakwethu ngiyanibingelela. Mr. President, in your speech last Thursday, you affirmed the words of Tata Mandela when he said, I quote, "Our march to freedom is irreversible. We will not allow fear to stand in our way," close quote. In reflecting on this message of encouragement and hope in the midst of challenges which you gave in this house last week, accepting where there are challenges where we failed, but also indicating where there are promises and identifying what possibilities lie ahead, because we as South Africans are resilient people. I was reminded of the words of Reverend Shula in his book, I quote, "Tough times never last, but tough people do." He said, I quote, "People are like potatoes. After potatoes have been harvested, they have to be spread out and sorted in order to get maximum market dollar. They are divided according to size. It is only after potatoes have been sorted and bagged that they are loaded onto trucks. This is the method that all Idaho potato farmers use, all but one. One farmer never bothered to sort and yet seemed to be making the most money. A puzzled neighbor asked what his secret was. The farmer said in response, "It's simple. I just load up the wagon with potatoes. The small will fall to the bottom and the medium to the middle, while the big potatoes rise to the top." That is not only true for potatoes, it is the law of life. Tough people rise to the top in rough times. Deputy Speaker, honorable members, I wish to agree with His Excellency the President. We will not fear amidst the many challenges we face. We as South Africans are tough and resilient people. We defeated colonialism and apartheid and triumph. We spoke of racism and looked at it in the face and never denied it existed. So as apartheid, we knew it was not a system that was recognized and respected by all, and that's why it had to go. Through the constitution-making process, we acknowledge that we have unequal distribution of land because of land dispossession. We resolve that the state must undertake land reform in the public interest. It is this fearlessness of our society that I've been able to appreciate candidly that even now we have not resolved the land question at scale, even with the resources that have been put by government. We do not fear to tread where others have failed. Tough times never last, but tough people do. Mangabuya kuwe babe Steenhuisen. Ludzaba likababe Ragatsi asilulibalanga futhi asiliphikisi singuhulumeni. Ngikhuluma nje namhlanje sithole umyaleto lobuya kubameli bakhe babe Ragatsi esiphendvula ngeofa lesiyendile kuye yelinani lokuthi lo mhlaba sitothengisela kanjani. Lokho ke mongameli kusho ukuthi cha singuhulumeni asiluphikisi lodzaba silalela inkantolo siyaqhubeka futhi siyavuma liphutha lokuthi lokwendeke ngaphambili kwendeka ngokushintsha kohlelo lolalucatshwa ngohulumeni ngaleso sikhathi keje ithe inkantolo maseyikhuluma salalela asesabi mongameli kuvuma liphutha masilendile siyalivuma. Mr. President, one of the vexing questions that the sixth administration will have to address is tenure reform, in particular under South Africa's communal land areas. The Presidential Land Advisory Panel, in its recommendation, has implored government to urgently deal with this matter in order to ensure security of tenure for millions of our people in traditional lands of our country. I must say, Honorable President and honorable members, the varying views on this matter of tenure reform in our country further highlights the influence of the European jurisprudence on land ownership in our country. The way in which the settler community related to land ownership was totally alien to the natives in sub-Saharan Africa. Amongst Africans and indigenous people, land was an asset that defined political control and economic livelihood, as well as a heritage for future generations. So bantu bakithi umhlaba bebeubamba bengawubambeli bona kuphela njengetikutabo kepha beubambela laba lasebengasekho labasata kuzalwa nalabaphila namhlanje. Mr. President, in your State of the Nation address in June 2019, you committed government in the medium term to identify and release public land that is suitable for smart urban settlement and for farming. 6 months into this sixth administration, led by the Deputy President, the following has been achieved. 14,000 hectares has been identified and released for human settlement. 100 parcels of land have been released for restitution purposes. 44,000 hectares of these have been transferred to communities such as Berlin Mission, eGauteng, Kubekani Mngobokazi, KwaZulu-Natal, Batlabine, eLimpopo, naKwaNdabeni, khona lapha eKapa. 1.3 million hectares of agricultural land has been identified and ready for allocation. 300,000 hectares of these will be used for settlement of restitution claim, while 700,000 hectares of these will be allocated to women, youth, people with disabilities, and those who have been farming on communal land. Mongameli, logo kusho ukuthi hulumende wakho uyasebenza. In addition to your commitment to this House, you have indeed, through Cabinet, approved the beneficiary selection policy as well as the land donation policy to enable those who want to donate land for land reform purposes. Currently, National Treasury has conditional tax benefits for farmers who want to donate land. However, if I may advise you, those who are interested can consult to the South African Revenue Services for detail so that indeed you understand what is possible and what is not. Mr. President, in your own words in this House in 2018, you said, I quote, "There are few in our country who would contest the fact that the dispossession of Africans of their land contributed fundamentally to the impoverishment and disempowerment of the majority of our people," close quote. Precisely because of this, we want to affirm that the necessity of land reform in our country is also aimed at empowering those who have been dispossessed in order for them to participate in the economy of this country. Deputy Speaker, agriculture as an economic sector is dependent, among others, on land to thrive. Its use will require, as Ubaba Umangosuthu Buthelezi has said here, that as government, we do not only give access to land, but support those who enter into the agricultural economy with training, extension services, finance, water, research, mechanization, and infrastructure. Given the challenges of climate change, we need to ensure that our farming system are consistent with this reality. Thinking about the future, we need to build a new cohort of farmers. The current training that we're undertaking through NARISEC and the agricultural colleges of 1,000 young people from the 3 districts that have been identified as pilots for the district development model working with the Department of COGTA will contribute towards the development of new farmers. Deputy Speaker, in addition to these, we have maximized the use of our international exchange program by sending young people for training in critical agricultural skill. Ngikhuluma nje sekukhona abantwana labafunza lengesheya labatobheka bacubungule ukuthi ngabe kudla kwethu kuphephe kangakanani, ngabe siqhubeka kanjani nokuthuthukisa ukuthi lokhu lesikutshalayo sikujika-jike phela ukude kusinike linani lelithe xaxa ngakuleti mali. Sithi masenda i-orange juice sibe sathi ukuthi siyisuse orangini siyijika-jike ngemishini bese kuphuma i-orange juice lesiyinatha ibe mnanzi. Lokho ke lesibona ukuthi kutosisida mongameli ukwakha hulumende locinile. Ngingasho nje futhi mongameli ukuthi lokushilo la embi kwethu kukusebenta ngokubambisana sithi inhlakati kahulumeni sithi igabati kahulumeni kanye nabo bonke nje bantfu labasemabhizinisini nalabangekho kuwo. Ngikhuluma nje mongameli, bantfwana labangu 1018 sibatshalile lapha yakutimboni tekulima agribusiness commodity groups, la betokwati khona ukuthi bafunze buchwephesha kenyalo wokuthi maslima silima kanjani ngendlela lesiyisa phambili. Sithembe ukuthi ke labo bantwana batawuthi mase bebuya sebengabalimi labavelele. Ngingasho ke Mongameli ukuthi ngiyajabula mina ngimela ukuthi kusebenzisana kwami nebalimi nalabo labangabakhiqizi bezimboni kwezokulima kusende ukuthi itolo nje sikwati kuphakamisa iban leyo ukuthi singathengisi ngetilwane nalaba labafuna Nkosi yami kulobola abatokwati nyalo ke khambisa leti ngomo tabo ngoba lesifo samatele noko ingathi sesisibambile i-foot and mouth phecelezi. Mongameli, it is important for me to say that despite the challenges we've had on foot and mouth, we've still been able to export our beef to the UAE and China. However, working with the industry, we've agreed that we need to strengthen our biosecurity so that in future we can manage better our animal health system. Mongameli mangcine nje ngisho ukuthi cha imbala lemboni yokuthi sijikajike umfuti wetinkungu insangu ke kodwa lengadzaki lesiyibita ngesilungu sithi phecelezi hemp siredi Mongameli ngoba silwendile ucwaningo. We've done the investigation. We even have got 2 seed cultivars to be able to plant hemp. We are just working with the ministers led by Minister Mkhize to finalize the detail so that indeed we can go with stream. Mr. President, honorable members, my colleague, the Minister of Communication, has been harping on us on how we could use the 4th Industrial Revolution, particularly the applications in the agricultural sector. I want to say, my colleague, we are on course. We now have got an app that has been developed by the ARC together with the weather services that advise farmers on time when to plant and when not to plant. I also want to indicate that we've been working with other people, particularly in the sector such as beet farming, so that you with your stilettos and your floshem, you can own a bit of a farm, own a cow without the cow dung.
Honorable former presiding officer.
Lastly,
Your time is expired.
Thank you. Just want to recognize and to Tugo in the podium there, who had started a good platform on livestock wealth, on how you can own livestock again without being on a farm.
Thank you very much.
Kakhulu, Mongameli.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dudiza. ATM, Honorable Zungula.
Mr. President, your State of the Nation comes at a time where our country is experiencing high levels of unemployment. Poverty rates are sitting at more than 57%, and majority of those unemployed and in poverty are black people. Out of the R1 trillion budget of the state, less than 30% goes to SMMEs. Even the 1,000 young entrepreneurs will find it difficult to survive under the existing pro-big business policy of the state, such as PPPFA as well as the IDB. SMMEs must be preferred over funders of the CR17 campaign. The monopoly of Bidvest over state contracts must come to an end. It can't be that everywhere you go, it is Bidvest, and those greedy capitalists even get tenders worth a mere 500,000 rands. Like it is done across the entire continent, only South Africans must trade in the informal economy. Laws must be developed for the informal economy to favor South Africans. In South Africa, we have an informal economy that is worth more than 400 billion rands, and South Africans are predominantly spectators in this sector. Non-South Africans must work on a scarce and critical skills basis. It is criminal that majority of Uber drivers, waiters, security guards, truck drivers, and meter taxi drivers are not South African. A person can't come all the way from Asia to drive a meter taxi, whereas we've got so many people in Nyanga, Eguguletu, with driver's licenses but are without jobs. If these entry-level jobs are dominated by foreign nationals, Where must our young people find work? The granting of permission for municipalities to buy directly from IPPs is privatization through the back door. It also means the slow killing of ESCOM, because financially viable municipalities will no longer procure from ESCOM that is also financially struggling. The clustering of poor municipalities with a financially poor ESCOM, and on the other hand, financially viable municipalities with financially well-off IPPs can only undermine the revenue streams of ESCOM. Mr. President, I was wondering if by mentioning the Lansera Smart City development, which started in 2009, within the context of your 29 dream being a reality, were you not once again misleading Parliament by claiming victories you've got nothing to do with? Lastly, Mr. President, after listening...
Yes, Honourable Member, please take your seat. Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member speaking at the podium has said the President misled the House. The President has not done so. He should withdraw that remark. It's unparliamentary.
Honourable Member, Honourable Minister, it has to be said deliberately. So, for the reason that he didn't say so, it's a debate.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Speaker. Thank you. Lastly, Mr. President, after listening to your speech, I couldn't help observing you were responding to most of our 15 reasons for not having confidence in you. The ATM and the people of South Africa have not been fooled. Mr. President, we still do not have confidence in you, and a secret ballot iyanjonja.
Honourable Sibongiseni Dhlomo.
Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honourable President, Deputy President, our premiers, all honourable members of Parliament, including ministers and deputy ministers, we are able to update this House and the country on an information compiled almost hourly, and this is an hour ago information that on the coronavirus, thanks to you, Honourable President, for deploying a capable leader in our government, Minister Mkhize, that the coronavirus outbreak has a significant event on the global health, with the WHO declaring it an emergency. South Africa is well placed to identify the virus with the assistance of the National Institute of Communicable Diseases, NICD, and the laboratories that they use. To date, we have no cases of coronavirus in South Africa. Port health officials are testing all persons entering our ports to detect and isolate such cases. This is, of course, important to mention that it's a collaboration with all other government departments, and South Africans must actually rest assured that the government is at work on these programs. On the National Health Insurance, we are heeding a call of a WHO of a universal health coverage. In September 2016, the former WHO Director General, Dr. Margaret Chan, had this to say: the inclusion of universal health coverage is one of the targets in the Sustainable Development Goals, provides the platform for moving towards all other health targets through the delivery of integrated, people-centered services that span the life course, bring prevention to the fore, and protect against financial hardships. Universal health coverage is the ultimate expression of fairness and one of the most powerful social equalizers amongst all policy options. Vision 2030 of the NDP directs us to embark on a trajectory that reforms the health system to ensure that it serves all South Africans equally and ensure them of access to comprehensive quality health care services regardless of their financial status. Last year in September, Her Excellency Honorable Glo Harlem Butland of Elders, while visiting South African Parliament, had this to say, and I quote: "We must invest in promoting universal health coverage for all members of our society, from the richest to the poorest and most vulnerable, to access health care they need without falling into poverty," close quote. Isho njalo NHI. Itho omncane nomdala osebenzayo nongasebenzi ocebile nompofu ogulayo nophilayo abathwalisane eNingizimu Afrika kwakhiwe isikhwama esizobhekelela impilo yabo bonke abantu kungabhekwanga ukuthi leliya khaya naleliya khaya linayo imali yokukhokhela ukugula. Abazohlomula kakhulu kulesi sikhwama yilabo abangathathe entweni impula zikalujaca. NHI ithi akufanele uthole ukwelashwa kuphela uma unemali ephaketheni. Ukugula uma kudlanga kudinga ama-specialist. Akubona bonke abantu bethu abakwazi ukufinyelela lapho. The recent story we got on the public hearing in Klerksdorp on the 1st of February 2020 confirms this. A young female South African, the mother of two, 8 and 11-year-old, told the committee that she has breast cancer and her specialist oncologist has advised on the medication that she needs to have. Her medical aid is refusing to pay for this life-saving drug because it is expensive. She wants to see her children grow into adulthood, but currently she faces the certainty of death. Why? Because money is considered more important than life. NHI umcimbi ubuntu. It's a social solidarity. The health market inquiry led by Judge Sandile Ngobo is an eye-opener to all of us. It takes away a popular slogan that has been used in this country: fix the public hospitals and leave private hospitals alone. The concluding statement on that report says, we have found that utilization rates and hospital admission rates, level of care in admissions to high care and intensive care units, the length of stay were much higher than can be explained by the burden of disease of the population being cared for. We found that the excessive utilization was a significant driver of healthcare costs. No one has ever ventured to call this corruption or inhuman, the excessive profit-making at the expense of life. This report compels us to shift to a new paradigm, that there are challenges, serious challenges, both private and public health systems. Maybe we should not lose this opportunity to collectively create a new order of health systems in our country. Kuma public hearings esithe saba nawo kuzo zonke izifundazwe sekusele nje eGauteng, bathi abantu baningi abantu bekhuluma. Bathi abanye kudala sisilindele le-NHI mayiqaliswe. Abanye bathi siyayamukela, siyayidinga. Kodwa kunezinto ezisikhathazayo. Ukushoda kwestaff, ama-ambulance, ukushoda kwemithi, amaklinika akude nathi. Izakhiwo zesigugile abasiphethe kahle abasebenzi bezempilo ezindaweni ezithile. It is therefore important for the Department of Health to have visible programs and plans in strengthening the South African health system through the Presidential Health Compact of 2019. The Presidential Health Compact contains pillars of the NHI. There's a young African female farm worker who presented her submission to us in Umzimkhulu, KwaZulu-Natal. And this is what she had to say, I quote, "I do not support NHI. This is going to put an extra burden on the whites in our country. They have done so much for us, we must not burden them anymore," close quote. There are other government concerns raised that we need to attend to. One, anisiletheli nje enye into efana no Eskom, no SAA. Sizothemba kanjani ukuthi izimali azizokwebiwa na? Abanye bethu ke sithi ke uxanduva likahulumeni lokuthi ke makaqhelisa amasela kule ngxowa ye-NHI fund. We need to support and participate in the Anti-Corruption Health Forum launched by our president. Bathi abanye bambalwa abantu abasebenza ezweni izophuma aphi le mali ye-NHI. Abanye bethu ke sithi aqale kudonswe le mali yethu ye-medical aid. We are subsidized in our medical aid to the tune of over 25 billion per annum. Why? Because we are better citizens than our gardeners and domestic workers. We cannot justify that thinking. Let us start, and those privileges of the 16% of our country's population and all other monies will then flow thereafter. In the United Kingdom, universal health coverage, called National Health Service, was instituted in that country during the years of economic hardships following the Second World War. Same as in Japan. Despite the teething problems, these two countries and many more continue to offer best models for government-managed and public-funded healthcare. Fear of unfavorable economic conditions did not paralyze the UK. Therefore, it should not immobilize South Africa. There's a concern that that healthcare professionals mainly doctors, may leave the country. We want to plead to those healthcare professionals to reconsider the situation. The universal health coverage, as I indicated, is all over the world. We wonder if they do leave, where they will be going to in the world, because all countries are on universal health coverage, like South Africa, and some of them have already implemented it. But again, those sentiments that they would like to leave are individual members. It is not a SONA position. I am in continuous contact with the SONA leadership, and SONA supports national health insurance. SONA has discussion points that they forwarded to us as a committee, and we'll be meeting with them shortly and discussing those issues. There's a last point I wanted to raise on Luke 10, verse 25 to 37. A story of a good Samaritan tells of a helpless dying man on the side of the road. A Levite from a class of religious society came around and avoided him. He was rushing to a church meeting that was very important for him than a dying man. A priest from the same club of elitists came around. He too avoided touching this dying man, but a good Samaritan came around. He put him in his transport and took him to a healthcare facility. He paid for him. This is what ANC is doing to you, advocating for the national health insurance. Bleeding masses will taste the quality of health in their lifetime. ANC will continue to champion this program. Honorable President, we wish that as a chairperson of the AU, your leadership should then champion this NHI in our country as you do, but encourage other African
Honorable
leaders to initiate the universal health coverage in their countries. We owe this to Africa. Thank you very much.
Honorable Gigi Hilui.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. President. Deputy Speaker, there's a very strange thing happening in our politics at the moment. 4 times now, the President has come to our House to promise urgent reform and to pledge his leadership. 3 times now, the Finance Minister has pleaded for reform in his budget speeches and in his strategic plan document. And I'm sure that that's what he'll do again next week. So the President promises major reform, the Treasury supports major reform. As the Leader of the Opposition has said today, the Opposition supports major reform, and the country is crying out for major reform. So here is the very curious thing. Where is the major reform? We have been promised it, but we do not have it. So let's track what progress there has been on reform for a moment. In 2018, the President said that next month, I'm quoting, we will launch the Youth Employment Service to create 1 million paid internships in 3 years. We are just months away from that deadline, and it has created 32,248 internships. At this rate, it will reach its target in 88 years' time, the year 2108. In 2018, he said that we need to see mining as a sunrise industry rather than a sunset industry. But his mining minister published a new bill that was, if possible, even worse and more confusing than the bill it was designed to replace. Now mining giants are leaving, and the industry is not just in sunset, it's in pitch darkness. In 2018, he said, we will reduce the regulatory barriers for small business. I am going to reduce the regulatory barriers. I'm going to ensure they're reduced. Very emphatic. But not a single regulation has been removed for small business as yet. VAT has gone up, though. Petrol taxes have gone up, and thousands of small businesses have closed. In 2019, he said we would go from 82nd in the world to the top 50 in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business report. But in fact, we have dropped down another 2 places, and we're now at number 84. In 2019, he said, I quote, our highest priority would be visa reform. But after that statement, it took 10 months for the Minister of Home Affairs to issue a simple letter to cancel the disastrous birth certificate requirement. 10 months to sign a letter for government's highest priority. In 2019, he said security of energy supply is an absolute imperative. We need to take bold decisions and decisive action. There have been none of either. In June 2019, he came back and committed to a lower debt trajectory. In October of that same year, his finance minister came back and announced a much higher debt trajectory. And now in 2020, he promises a sovereign wealth fund and a state bank, when he knows full well there is no money to capitalize either of those, they simply will not happen in any meaningful way. So all of this begs the question, what is the point of SONA if it is just a list of emphatic promises that most emphatically will never be implemented? The truth is this: we have a president in the grip of paralysis and a government that is no longer even functional. This government cannot decide even the most basic of questions or resolve even the simplest of problems. All the while, our country edges closer and closer to disaster. So the president was wrong to say that we face a stark choice. It is him that faces a stark choice, not us. He can achieve immortality if he wants. He can go down in history as the man who saved South Africa from economic collapse. Or he will be remembered as the president who failed to lead in a time of national crisis. Sadly, I think he told us which choice he has made when he made a case for more consensus building and social compact. The question is, Mr. President, consensus among whom? There is already broad consensus. Never since 1994 has there been such wide agreement on what needs to be done. So who are these nameless enemies of the obvious and the urgent? The truth is, he means ANC consensus. There are still so many state capture looters in his own party that are fighting him and fighting his reform agenda. They may brandish the language of the loony left, but they are rapacious, corrupt, and hell-bent on winning back control of the state and its resources. And they sit on both sides of this house. Look at what was done to you today, Mr. President. Why are you interested in building consensus with these people, these enemies of growth, and their supporters in your own benches? Why make any social compact with them? The only compacting that needs to happen is the crushing of their corrupt careers. You see, Mr. President, my great fear and my firm suspicion is that when you say consensus, you mean concession. And every concession you make to the enemies of growth will only be met with another fresh demand. So you will go on conciliating until you've given up everything. And then what will have been the point of your presidency, Mr. President? To have won a massive mandate for reform, only to concede everything in the name of consensus. Your latest appeasement is your rumored support for a COSATU plan to use 250 billion rands of civil servants' hard-earned pension savings to bail out Eskom. This is a disgrace, and you should have ruled it out explicitly. But you didn't. You said you would mobilize funding without putting pensions at risk. What you mean, again, is that you will be taking their pension money and then guarantee the value of the pensions later. But every civil servant should know that guarantee is not worth the paper it's written on. If government can't pay its Eskom debts now, hence the scheme, it will never be able to pay for your pensions later. And amazingly, COSATU has actually admitted this on the record. They have said up front in an interview with the Business Day last week, or 2 weeks ago, that workers should not expect a financial return from this bailout. They should be happy with a social return. Civil servants work hard and save hard for their retirement. That money is theirs. It comes from their paychecks. It doesn't belong to COSATU, and it cannot be seized to pay for the ANC's mismanagement and corruption at Eskom. Mr. President, your support for this shows that the enemies of growth are on the march. And quite frankly, sir, it's starting to look as though your presidency is in retreat. They are winning because you are not even fighting. In your absence, it is only the DA that is still making the case for what we know South Africa needs. We still believe in South Africa and in the vision of a country united in shared prosperity. We know we could be booming. We should be booming. These people don't love South Africa. They don't want what's best for our country. If you want to build a consensus that really matters, one that can fix our country, you need to look beyond your own party. There are enough people in this house who are committed to the reforms we need. They are just not all on your own benches. If you reach out, Mr. President, you can build this majority. We call on you, put your country first. Let's unite with people who love this country and want to see it succeed. Stop conciliating everything away and get in the fight. Thank you.
Honorable Masiko. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House, His Excellency the President, Honorable Deputy President, members of the Cabinet, honorable members of Parliament. It is my singular honor to debate on behalf of the People's Movement, the African National Congress, during the debate of the State of the Nation address. We have again this year seen the enemies of the people trying to deny millions of South Africans, especially young people in particular, the opportunity to receive the report from the President on how their government is improving their lives. What happened in this House last week did not surprise us at all. The excess of evil will never like you, Mongameli, so long as you continue to lead the journey towards development and a corrupt-free South Africa. I have to mention here, Honorable President, that these honorable members come from the same organization that claims to champion the plight of young people. How can you possibly try and champion anyone's plight when they themselves need help? Honorable President, in March last year, you visited Ugogo Umafa, my late grandmother in KwaZulu-Natal, Claremont. She did not ask for anything, but however, she did complain about young people banning institutions of higher learning, including libraries, meant to provide them with knowledge and information, and asked for the history of our country's struggle for liberation to be taught in schools. I wish to amend my grandmother's request and add a plea for some kind of assistance for the members in the red overalls to be helped to appreciate the responsibility they carry when they walk into this august house. It cannot be that we go into communities addressing social ills when we have some elements of them in this parliament. And I say that having been hit with a bottle of water last week. Who knew that for the first time I would experience violence as a woman would be from an honorable member in the red overalls? Indeed, former President of Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, warned us against character of political charlatans when he said, and I open quote, "A soldier without proper ideological and political training is a potential criminal," close quote. The report they tried to stop you from giving to this nation, Honorable President, gave a message of hope to millions of South Africans, especially young people, who are exposed to the threats of insecurity, unemployment, social ills, and the scourge of HIV and AIDS. You have consistently and concisely tabulated the challenges we face as a nation, and more importantly, you offered sound and practical solutions. This shows that we have a government hard at work to improve the lives of South Africans, particularly the historically disadvantaged. Mongameli, we fully agree with you when you say we should move beyond words to practical programs. The plans you presented will without any doubt turn the tide against slow contracting economic growth and unemployment. We see the plans you have presented as a radical step that will increase national productivity, change how the world views South Africa, and they will also enhance the prospect of employment for youth. We have no hesitation that this will result in an economy that does not sleep. The SONA shows that government is putting in place numerous policy interventions to bring young people into the mainstream of the economy, as well as ensuring the issues affecting young people remain high on the list of national priorities. We are doing this because we strongly believe that empowering young people is not an option, but national imperative, and we call on young people to seize the opportunities announced by the President. While our achievements in empowering young people in the past 25 years are worth celebrating, they must not lull us into complacency. We still have a long way to go. As a caring organization, We know that far too many young people still find themselves marginalized from the economic mainstream because of unemployment and lack of skills. The best tribute we can pay to the different generations of courageous young activists such as Charlotte Maxeke, Anton Lembede, Nelson Mandela, Peter Mukaba, Siphiwe Zuma, Lianda Mapanga, Babalwa Ntabeni, and Bavelile Hlongwa is to honor their memory in ensuring that we achieve economic freedom in our lifetime. As we are all aware, of the 1.2 million young people who enter the labor market each year, approximately 2/3 remain outside employment, education, or training. We therefore welcome the announcement by the President that the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which focuses on 6 priority actions, will be implemented over the next 5 years to reduce youth unemployment. Under the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, South Africa will create pathways for young people into the economy. This will allow them to receive active support, information, and work readiness training to increase their employability and match themselves to opportunities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this program will not bear fruit if provinces do not play their roles. We want to see more and more provinces setting up business development funds, which have recently been successfully implemented in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, and Eastern Cape. We shall therefore always seek means to empower young people and shape them to be active and productive citizens. We applaud the decision by the National Youth Development Agency and the Development of Small Business to provide grant funding and business support to 1,000 young entrepreneurs in the next 100 days, starting immediately. The setting aside of 1% of the budget to deal with high levels of youth unemployment is also a progressive move. Adding to the above mentioned, the NYDA has successfully advocated for the scrapping of experience as a requirement for entry-level jobs. With this intervention, a lot of opportunities have been availed themselves to young people who have afforded them the platform to step into lifelong career paths and improving the socio-economic standing of their respective communities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government is also scaling up the youth employment services and working with TVET colleges and the private sector to ensure that more learners receive practical experience in the workplace to complete their training. The late President Nelson Mandela is surely wishing this program only the best of success because he was passionate about skills development and valued education as an important instrument of self-development and crucial weapon in the fight against human deprivation, unemployment, and inequality. It is President Mandela who said, "It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, the child of farm workers can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another." This House had the privilege to see the greatness that Madiba referred to in the late Deputy Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, the Honorable Bavelile Hlongwa, an ordinary girl who achieved extraordinary things in her short life. It is incumbent upon us to deliver for our youth an effective education, jobs, and economic opportunities in order to produce more young people like Honorable Bavelile. We have also not yet been able to match skills demanded by the industry with those that are supplied by the post-schools education system, and without the correct skill set, we cannot achieve the 5% GDP growth envisaged in the NDP. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are trying to open opportunities for young people. Whilst trying to open opportunities for young people, we must also keep an eye on issues of alcohol, drug abuse, and the scourge of HIV and AIDS, which have potential to reverse the gains we are making. Almost every part of South Africa is engulfed in cheap drugs, which are sold mainly to young people, and this is a battle that cannot be tackled by government alone. Honorable Speaker, allow me to conclude by referring to the inspirational words of Nelson Mandela Utata, who always believed in human agency and the power of collective action. It is him who said, "Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that great generation. Let your greatness blossom. Let us grow South Africa together." I thank you.
Honorable members, please allow me to join Honorable Amos Masondo in undertaking to reflect and review on how, as presiding officers, we may be contributing to some of the problems that all of you in the House, in one way or another, directly or indirectly, pointed out. We do wish to request you to join us in reflecting what we say in the House, its consequences, and what we do in the House and their consequences on the House itself, but also on the reputation of Parliament as an institution. We will appreciate that in a big way. We now take a break for 15 minutes. The bells will be rung to invite you back. Thank you very much. Yeah, yes.
Order, honorable members. We shall now resume with the debate on the President's State of the Nation address. And we call on the honorable member Mbele.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngibingelele umongameli nosekela nomongameli nabahlonishwa. If any small business owners were watching and listening to President Ramaphosa's State of the Nation address, hoping to hear the announcements of bold measures and reforms that would foster a more enabling environment for them and their businesses, they would have been sorely disappointed. Following the tough economic year that was 2019, many small businesses have been struggling to stay afloat. If they weren't suffocating in a stagnant economic climate, they were being strangled by the impacts of fuel price increases or being kicked in the guts by load shedding. A 2019 study by financial services company Retail Company showed that business was good for only 10% of SMEs, while the other 90% were buckling in the challenging conditions of a low-growth economy, unreliable utilities, and rising operating costs. These figures represent a grave looming threat, given that collectively, SMEs keep close to 11 million people employed, accounting for approximately 65% of all formal jobs. When they're not being subjected to service disruptions and late payments, they are held back by red tape and compliance regulations and face shrinking demand as households and other customers tighten their belts. These are the thousands of hard-working South Africans, tradespeople, coffee shop and restaurant owners, local grocers, spaza shop and shisanyama outlets who get up every day to serve their communities and support their families. They deserve our admiration and much more support than they have been getting to date. However, instead of announcing SME exemption from sectoral wage determinations and the more stringent labor law requirements, or introducing much-needed tax exemptions to ease their cash flow burden, the President's SONA contained merely a small handful of SME-related promises that lacked innovation and hardly packed a punch. Now, without diminishing or negating the potential value that these could bring, if effectively implemented, a key proviso, they do not represent a hope for small businesses that things might turn a corner for the better anytime soon. The announcement, for example, that the National Youth Development Agency and Department of Small Business Development will provide grants funding and business support to 1,000 young entrepreneurs in the next 100 days is laudable, but is it anything new? Does that promise represent additional money to help young small business owners, or would that have happened without the President's announcements anyway? Are we talking new budgets, or are we talking simply reframing and relabeling what was already on the cards? Hopefully, the President might provide some clarity in his reply to this SONA debate. The President also announced that the government plans to designate 1,000 locally produced products that must be procured from SMMEs. Now, while this is a noble sentiment, the implementation is likely to run into major obstacles for at least two reasons. Firstly, it risks undermining the imperative for an objective and unbiased approach that should underlie procurement processes in order to ensure cost effectiveness and value for money. Lest we forget, it was the manipulation of state procurement processes for predetermined ends that created the state capture monster that has ravaged our public finances and crippled state-owned enterprises as well as local governments alike. Which brings us to the second risk factor to these SME boosting measures. The legacy of state capture means that the government will be hugely constrained to meet these commitments when budgets, as we all know, are increasingly going to shrink. Against the backdrop of declining economic growth, an increasing public debt to GDP ratio, and tax revenue targets repeatedly being missed, as the Finance Minister is likely to enlighten us next week, deteriorating public infrastructure, and the bottomless black holes that have been some of our bailout guzzling state-owned enterprises. In short, imali ayiko, imali is short. Since 2014, Eskom has benefited over 150 billion rand in bailouts and has had a government guarantee of 350 billion rand since 2012. SAA has had over 18 billion rand in bailouts and government guarantee of over 19 billion rand. And what do we have to show for all these billions? A power utility that can't meet the country's energy demand, hobbling an already strained economy, and an airline that's cancelling flights and will soon have to start selling its routes. There isn't even time to get into the SABC and the post office. So in short, unless this government fundamentally shifts gear to position small business as the spearhead of growth and development, our future, Mr. President, will be one of doubts and despair. It is time to liberate our SMEs to save this economy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The Honorable Minister of Communications and Telecommunications.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. His Excellency President Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the country, Comrade Didi Mabuza, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, members of the House of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Panic, anxiety, and excitement have become our daily fourth industrial revolution dose. Every day we wake up to read the headlines in diverging opinions on the fourth industrial revolution. Jobs are being shared, and some are not certain when their own jobs will come to an end. Businesses are disrupted every day, whilst policymakers and regulators grapple daily with what they never anticipated. Disrupting the disruption is the order of the day. Scary animal indeed. However, this is not to say that the impact of the fourth industrial revolution should only be measured in the inevitable shift that it will cause in the jobs economy. Though widely regarded as the fourth industrial revolution, countries around the globe have come up with their own definitions, what it means to them and its implications on socio-economic imperatives. In South Africa, we have defined it as the following: an era where people are using smart, connected, and converged cyber, physical, and biological systems, smart technologies, and business models to define and reshape the social, economic, and political spheres. Honorable members, preceding industrial revolutions moved humankind from relying on animal power to relying on machines. Mass production became a reality and digital technologies flourished. The first industrial revolution, which was powered by the steam engine, not only established the original factory floor through mechanization and transformed the way people traveled, it permanently altered the market structure from agrarian to industrial, from farm to factory. The second and third industrial revolutions, driven by the electrification and digitization respectively, gave birth to mass production and automation, where processes that were ordinarily manually done by humans were now performed by the machines. In South Africa specifically, these revolutions took place during an era of the plunder of land and mineral resources, which explains the current racialized inequalities in our country. This happened in an era of a system that was deemed a crime against humanity. Effectively, South Africans and Africans in general were broadly relegated to the consumption end of the spectrum. And as these revolutions occurred during the colonial era, the little that took place in Africa was almost all imported and managed by the colonial powers. In the fourth industrial revolution era, we now have a unique opportunity to ensure that our people participate in the entire manufacturing and production value chain from source to customer. Madam Speaker, in 1993, just before the democratic government came into power, the ANC made decisive interventions to ensure that the licensing of Vodacom and MTN was accompanied by obligations in an attempt to avoid perpetuating inequalities. While there's still lots of work to be done, our government has indeed succeeded in creating communications industry that largely meets the needs of the majority. We are, however, aware that there are still South Africans who do not have access to quality digital infrastructure. Plans to address that will be detailed in our budget vote. With the advent of the 4IR, Mr. President, you have shown remarkable leadership in preparing South Africa to be one of the leading nations in taking advantage of the new innovations to address our social and economic realities. Madam Speaker, the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which was appointed in 2019, has, with less than 1 year in office, submitted its diagnostic report, which entails the following, amongst others: establishment of the AI Institute, establishment of a platform for advanced manufacturing and new materials, incentives for future industries, development of laws that will be agile in order to place South Africa firmly in the 4IR, calls for a concerted and coordinated effort for all of us to be agents of change in order to harness our potential to unlock the future of our economy. Investment in human capacity development, building of the 4IR infrastructure. The Commission will continue to engage with relevant stakeholders. Fellow South Africans, as mentioned by the President during the State of the Nation address, plans to license high-demand spectrum are advanced. We await a conclusion that will enhance competition, transformation, and empowerment as some of the core principles of the licensing process. This will also be backed up by our plan to ensure wall-to-wall broadband coverage, including the rollout of fiber in many parts of our country, including rural areas. At the same time, we will start the policy process of licensing 5G, which is critical in enabling a digital economy which cuts across all sectors and opens up opportunities for small businesses throughout the value chain. It is said that South Africa is about 30,000 telecommunication towers, and we need 4 times more than that. What opportunities then exist in this space, especially for new entrants in the market? We have identified that the Telecoms Infrastructure Build Program presents opportunities that must ensure localization of components such as the fiber optic cable, steel cabinets, radio frequency cables, batteries that are used for the base transceiver stations, as these are currently being imported. We have no reason not to produce those locally in order to create jobs. In implementing the one tablet per child policy with over 11 million learners in the public schooling system, and in digitizing government where there are about 1.2 million employees in national and provincial government, an opportunity to locally manufacture laptops and tablets is presented. The digital migration process that is being led by the department creates an opportunity for local set-top box and IDTV manufacturers, as there are lots of households that still need to migrate to digital television. Lastly, with over 11 million households with metering solutions, there is a case for a smart metering manufacturing to serve South Africa and Southern Africa. It is now up to our social partners to choose whether to join us in our quest to reindustrialize the electronics industry or to continue to be spectators even in this revolution. Honorable members, digital skills is another priority that requires all role players to collaborate in massifying skills throughout society and not confine this important responsibility to academic institutions, which in no doubt also play a huge role. As such, our department recently undertook a digital skills gap analysis to identify critical skills that are needed to fuel the digital economy. A draft digital skills strategy will be submitted to the Human Resource Development Council and Cabinet. In preparing young people for future of work, we recently concluded a pilot program with the MICT SETA where 1,000 young people were trained on data science and related skills. This was highly successful and will be replicated. With regards to government, we will prioritize the digitization of front-end services throughout the 3 spheres of government. We have completed the development of an e-services portal for this purpose, and we hope to unveil this to the public as soon as we have uploaded services for consumers, government to government, and government to business. More work still needs to be done to tap on other technologies as we integrate into big data-enabled innovations. SETA will also establish a framework and a platform for tech startups and the innovator community to source digital services such as applications and related tools. Together with the Ministry of Social Development, we are working to resolve the challenges around social grants distribution, and as such, fellow South Africans, we assure you that we will continue to deliver social grants without fail. Mr. President, the progress on the commitment to build a smart city comes at an opportune time, as we are seized with preparing South Africa for licensing of the 5G spectrum. To enhance such efforts, we have prioritized the building of connected towns within the pilot districts identified in the district development model in order to enable deployment of the Internet of Things technologies by the tech startups. The development of smart cities and smart communities necessitates smart people who are equipped with the requisite skills. We now have a choice to allow these technologies to replace us, or we leverage on them to change our economic and social status. Aluta continua.
Thank you. Honorable August.
Honorable President, Madam Speaker, Parliament is a place to debate and implement ideas on the best way to run the country. In order to decide whose ideas they like the most, voters must hear what government has achieved and is proposing to do. That's how functional democracies work. Parliament is also a place for truth and accountability, where democracy cannot be silenced and lies cannot be sustained. We can't argue over the fact it's because of facts are facts. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but not to their own facts. It is a fact, for example, that apartheid was a crime against humanity. And it is a fact that we would be much further down the recovery road had we prevented incompetence and corruption from infesting the administration of the state. Many of us are working tirelessly to reverse these negative trends, and the State of the Nation address pointed to a number of green shoots. I welcome government's commitment to allow municipalities to obtain renewable electricity. It makes economic and environmental sense, and it vindicates Patricia de Lille in taking government to court in 2016 to demand it. As we increase energy security by including renewables, we will reduce the impacts of climate change. Speaker, fixing the rail network will provide the relief to masses of the poorest communities, while reducing road congestion and carbon emissions. Repairs of trains must be fast-tracked. Where I want to see more progress is in the war against corruption, wasteful expenditure. We should never allow greed, incompetence, disrespect of authority, and the law to undermine service delivery or our own democratic systems. The members of this House must lead by example. We are not here to benefit ourselves. It is not about who can shout the loudest, but who has the best ideas. To stand any chance of growing the economy and reducing unemployment, we have to restore confidence in the country and government. That means we need a government united in its commitment to fight politicians, government workers, and business who are stealing our tax money. Mr. President, you have good support for Better South Africa and our commitment to fight corruption and wasteful expenditure. We are not part of the permanently negative. You have our promise to hold this government to account when it falls short of delivering on its promises. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable Zamani Soul, Northern Cape Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellencies, the President of South Africa and the Deputy President, honorable members of the National Assembly and the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Deputy Chair, based on the manifesto of the governing party and our commitment to reposition the Northern Cape as a growth center, the Sixth Administration articulated a binding vision. That is to build a modern, growing, and successful province. The vision seeks to reposition the province by building on the 25 years of spade work and heavy lifting to create a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous country. This vision calls to action on all the Northern Capers, including you, Deputy Chairperson, and particularly the political leaders, to exit our self-created comfort zones, take bold and courageous decisions to turn the tide against the developmental challenges facing the province. We need to do things differently and more cost-effectively to create hope to the people of our province, particularly the youth. St. Augustine of Hippo had this to say about hope. I quote, "Hope has two beautiful daughters. Their names are anger and courage. Anger at the status quo and courage to say that they do not remain as they are," close quote. Whilst appreciating the massive strides made over the past 25 years to ensure a better life for all, we are angry at the pronounced developmental challenges in our province. And I must assure this august House that this sixth administration is injected with a healthy dose of courage to change this. Honorable Speaker, we are quite cognizant of the fact that we are embarking on this difficult task to improve the quality of life of our people, confronted by a very constraining fiscal environment. This environment compels us to think more creatively than not to think at all. Therefore, Honorable Deputy Chair, we cannot afford not to think and courageously introduce new ideas on how to salvage our people from the debilitating scourge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Driven by this attitude, the implementation of the vision to build a modern, growing, and successful province is in full swing with key projects lined up for implementation. Our efforts to modernize the province to be at the cutting edge of the fourth industrial revolutions are punctuated by a number of complementary initiatives that seek to ensure a high degree of connectivity, broadband rollout, and leveraging innovation and technology to improve service delivery. Case in point is the Bloodhound World Land Speed Record attempt. The findings from this attempt and the tremendous incentives it offers for students are of global importance. This is stimulating interest and career pathing in science and engineering for young people in the province. The work to cultivate interest in science and maths done by the Maths Science Leadership Academy is also prioritized. The skills development programs offered at this academy prepare learners for the challenges of the world economy, which requires scientific and technological skills. Honorable members, given the significance of technology in education, we have introduced an offline information and computer technology resources for all critical subjects such as maths and science. In responding to our geographic challenges, the province is engaged in a process to install broadband platforms. These include live streaming to reach and support remote learning centers. Live streaming is a tool that offers multiple benefits and opportunities for learning. Advancing the fourth industrial revolution in the province requires an inclusive information society, one in which the use of ICT will be harnessed to ensure that everyone has fast, reliable, and affordable access to information and technology. This will enable our people to participate meaningfully in the economy. To this end, our plans for the next 5 years include fast-tracking internet connectivity and establishment of Wi-Fi hotspots at all 223 provincial libraries and all youth service centers. This has commenced with a connectivity of 150 libraries and will be increased to 200 by 2021. The provincial government, in partnership with Afrovation and the Wireless Access Service Providers Association, will install 200 Wi-Fi hotspots in the province. The first phase of installation includes 20 sites in Kimberley. In partnership with the Technology Innovation Agency, we are in a process of implementing community telecom cooperatives to support and sustain the wireless mesh project in John Taulo Haitsiwe district. We are busy creating a government portal to connect all citizens to government services and to ensure access to information. The province, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is implementing coding and robotics in collaboration with our partners to enable our learners and teachers to derive benefits of digitization towards the fourth industrial revolution, focusing on science and innovation. Solplaatje University is the only university in Africa to offer data science undergraduate and postgraduate degrees. Students enrolled in this course are well equipped to complement the SKA with regards to data analysis. The SPU continues to play an influential role in imparting digital skills to our various communities by hosting various programs such as hackathons and VAC work. These programs assist to empower our communities. Plans are at an advanced stage to implement a computer-aided ambulance dispatch system in all EMS call centers in the province. This will ensure that we automate and modernize the communication systems to improve the response time of ambulances. We are also working on the digitization of patient files. West End Hospital and 7 feeder clinics have been identified as pilot sites, and this program will incrementally be rolled out throughout the province. This will lead to improved efficiency and enhance the quality of public healthcare services. This year, Deputy Chairperson, we will introduce an online admission system, learner admission system. This will enable online registration and placement of children. The business requirements of the system have been completed, therefore paving the way for implementation. Through the Growth Wheel platform, the provincial government renders hands-on and on-site support to ICT entrepreneurs. This support includes business registration, support, and mentorship. Honorable Deputy Chair, we are prioritizing creating jobs for young people. We are collaborating with the National Youth Development Agency, who annually approves grants to provide seed funding to about 50 youth startup businesses, each creating 3 to 5 job opportunities. About 25% of these businesses are in the technology and innovation sector, with the rest being in agriculture, personal services, and small-scale manufacturing. With NYDA, the provincial government developed an application to link unemployed graduates to job opportunities. Young people will be able to view live on the mobile app if they have been identified by prospective employer and can make follow-ups where necessary. Honorable Deputy Chair, the GDP of the province is 96 billion, of which mining accounts for 19 billion, agriculture 6.8 billion, and construction 2.6 billion. There are huge untapped investment opportunities in our province. Honorable President correctly stated that mining is a sunrise industry. We punctuate that by saying that the next 100 years of mining in South Africa are in the Northern Cape. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight some few programs in this regard. We have identified a multi-nodal corridor in the province, which stretches from the Gamagara mining corridor to the proposed Buchu Bay deep water port. This corridor will provide substantial opportunities for growth in the province. The key anchor projects along this line include the metal and protein cluster, Katu Industrial Park, and the Namakwa Special Economic Zone. These opportunities provide potential for public-private partnerships and will yield the requisite investment and employment opportunities for the province. We appreciate our President's commitment in convening the Investment Council, as this platform enabled us to secure an anchor investor for the proposed Namakwa SEZ. This investment amounts to 26 billion rand, translating to 6,000 temporary and 1,850 permanent jobs. The current zinc mining activities will trigger a new wave of industrial and economic development in the region. The envisaged number of direct and indirect jobs to be created across this multinodal corridor is 30,000 jobs. In addressing the country's energy crisis, we are well positioned with the newly developed IPP capacity. The province can produce more than 100% of its own energy needs from renewables. In line with what was pronounced in the SONA, the Northern Cape has 59 of the 64 operational renewables energy projects and 47 of the 90 active projects. The projects collectively have created 35,485 temporary jobs during the construction phase. In enhancing the value chain of these projects,
Honourable
the province
Member,
is
your time
looking
is
at
expired.
manufacturing component. As the Northern Cape seeks administration, we have the will and power and courage to see through the implementation of our vision to modernize, grow, and make our province successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable A.M. Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, President. Allow me first of all to condemn the utterances made by the former Deputy President, de Klerk. Now, this is not the first time he's made utterances of this nature, and the National Freedom Party does not accept his apology because it is not coming from within him. He's saying it because of the situation he's faced with. But also allow me to condemn what happened earlier on here today, House Chair, particularly on the issue of gender-based violence. Such a sensitive issue. The country is going through hundreds of our women. In fact, I think there's 13 of them that are being 113 that are being raped and or murdered every day in South Africa. And we come out here and make this as if it's some kind of fun or excitement or scoring points. And I think it is totally unacceptable, and I think we need to look at and deal with this in a more sensitive matter. But also let me just respond to one issue in terms of Honorable Malema when he said that members in this House can't read the rules. And he's correct, because he can't read the rules. If he looks at 13.2, 13.2 says there's no debate in a joint sitting, but he's the one that's been calling for a joint sitting here yesterday on the day of SONA in any event. But Honorable President, what I want to say is this, Mr. President, I think it's time that we should stop dreaming. I think it's time we should stop having these meetings and lokhotlas and cabinet meetings, and I think you should spend a few days with me. Let us go on the road, and I'm going to show you, and I hope the Premier of Eastern Cape is here. Louterwater is one area I want to tell you. 26 years later, Mr. President, the people are drinking water contaminated with sewage, sharing the water with pigs. Is it acceptable 26 years later? So where is the Premier? Tell us what you're going to do about it. Tell us what you're going to do about Tsitsikamma and Mandela Park and the conditions the people are living there. Mr. President, come with me to the Paarl area and I will show you under what conditions the people are living there. With rubbish dumped all over outside their doors. The toilets are not functioning. Brand new RDP houses, Mr. President, are collapsing. Now come and see exactly what it is. Mr. President, let me draw your attention to this. While all of us were celebrating the Christmas, over 400 people in Caledon did not have electricity and water for the entire festive season. Is that totally acceptable 26 years into democracy? Clearly, I think it is not acceptable. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I only have 3 minutes, but Mr. President, I want to give you one solution in terms of corruption. We agreed there's over 240 billion rand being lost in South Africa annually. And I want to suggest that all tenders and quotations that are awarded be advertised in the local paper where they've been awarded, with a bill of quantities of exactly how much you're paying for each item, so people can see whether they're paying for an A4 examination pad, 50 rand or 10 rand, which is the market value. And I tell you, you'll be saving 240 billion. In small business and job, there's an organization called CASE. No funding available. I can promise you the work they're doing with inmates is unbelievable. So we need to look at these things, Mr. President. We need to face reality and change the lives of our people. Thank you very much.
The Honorable the Minister of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Excellencies President Ramaphosa and Deputy President Mabuza, honorable members. Allow me at the outset to acknowledge the important commitment President Ramaphosa made in his SONA address to undertaking a decisive shift in our energy trajectory at a time when humankind faces the greatest threat to its sustainable future, namely climate change. I also want to welcome the President's promise that the Presidential Climate Change Commission will lead our just transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient and sustainable society, which will leave no one behind. Science tells us that our country and our continent are warming much faster than the rest of the world. Whereas the world on average has warmed by roughly 1 degree above pre-industrial times, in southern Africa the rate of warming is twice that. A warmer climate is accompanied by extreme weather events. The Eastern, Western and Northern Cape have experienced the most prolonged periods of drought in recorded history. KwaZulu-Natal and the wild coast of the Eastern Cape have experienced severe storms and flooding, with unprecedented frequency that has destroyed lives, homes, and infrastructure. Heat waves and multi-year droughts are impacting on agricultural production, the livelihoods of thousands of subsistence farmers, and systemically on our country's GDP. Our coastal cities already face sea level rise and storm surges. People, animals, and plants confront new diseases and infestations of pests. Climate change also impacts negatively on biodiversity, ecosystem structure, and the survival of most species. It is now an accepted scientific fact that the phenomena which collectively represent climate change results from greenhouse gas emissions, a byproduct of our industrialized society and human activity. Most recent research confirms that greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise and that atmospheric levels are currently at an all-time high. It is the ultimate injustice that developing nations, such as our own, that have historically contributed the least to greenhouse gas emissions, are the most affected. Our continent has been responsible for a mere 1% of greenhouse gas emissions historically. Today, we contribute only 4% to global emissions, with our own country responsible for half of these. South Africa's vulnerability to climate change is exacerbated by our own economic inequality, poverty, and our current dependency on coal-fired generation. So no matter how we look at it, climate change poses significant risks to our country's current and future socio-economic development. But all is not yet lost. There is still time to take decisive action to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change and to adapt to a warmer world. This year, the Paris Agreement under the UNFCCC comes into force. Throughout the world, there is a call to enhance ambition in the fight against climate change. The Paris Agreement identifies 3 related and equally important aspects to ambition. Firstly, ambition in mitigating or reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Secondly, ambition in adapting to the consequences of climate change. And lastly, ambition on the means of implementation, including finance and technology. As a responsible global citizen, South Africa must also make a fair contribution to the global effort to reduce greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. This year, our country is expected to submit a revised nationally determined contribution at COP26 in Glasgow. Already in consultation with all stakeholders, we are finalizing our long-term low emissions development strategy that will guide this submission. In putting it together, we are mindful of both the opportunities and the difficulties. International experience demonstrates the potential of green industries to stimulate growth and job creation. A recent study by Accenture estimates green industries and technology can unlock economic activities to the value of $350 billion on the African continent. To ensure that the South African economy benefits from these new technologies and industries, the National Employment Vulnerability Assessment and the Sector Job Resilience Plans must identify economic sectors vulnerable to climate change, find viable new green economic activities, quantify the value of these opportunities, and understand which sectors have to change and how. Together with the Department of Science and Technology, we will intensify research and development on clean technologies and increasing the sink capacity in the land sector to enhance mitigation potential. As we transition, we must be mindful of our country's current dependence on fossil fuels, both for energy generation and foreign exchange earnings. Our movement to a lower carbon, climate resilient economy and society must be undertaken in a responsible, phased, and planned manner. The soon-to-be constituted Presidential Climate Change Commission will be tasked with coordinating the work of all sectors of government and society in a common effort to ensure a just transition. Only by working together can we ensure that no one is left behind. This year, we will bring the Climate Change Bill to the National Assembly. The legislation provides for effective management approaches to the inevitable impacts of climate change. We will finalize the National Adaptation Strategy so we galvanize our nation to invest in preparedness, early warming capabilities, and risk mitigation for society. Most provinces and a number of municipalities have formulated climate change response strategies. This year, we must start to implement them. 3 weeks ago, I met with the South African Weather Service, and we agreed the service will educate local communities across the country so they can better understand climate change and respond appropriately. Through our environmental programs this year, we are spending $1.9 billion to restore wetlands, estuaries, and coastal dunes, to better protect infrastructure and human settlements from storms, floods, and sea level rise. And Honorable Holomisa, although I haven't documented it today, there are further programs that prevent soil erosion and land degradation. Honorable members, it is estimated that African countries are spending between 2 and 9% of their GDP on adaptation. And so we will continue to lobby developed countries to provide for an adequate, reliable, and predictable source of international funding for both mitigation and adaptation. Honorable members, we must all be clear that climate change and its associated consequences can only be addressed by the world's nations working together. Accordingly, we must be seriously concerned that one of the world's biggest emitters has taken a decision to withdraw from the Paris Accord. It is essential that the nations of the world stand together in support of the Paris Agreement. We have a common moral responsibility to future generations to honor our mutual commitments and our differentiated responsibilities, to fight the causes and the consequences of climate change. Our country is a responsible global citizen. We will not shrink from the task that confronts us. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, the Honorable Ellen Taisa.
Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, in our manifesto launch as AIC in the last general elections, we were at pace to stress the structural barriers laden in the South African economy. However, to our credit, we have pushed back the cycle of grinding poverty and despair, where we co-govern in the Ekurhuleni municipality, Rustenburg municipality, and Nelson Mandela. And I hope now we're going to do the same even in the city of Joburg, trying now to put things together. Honorable Deputy Chair, We were pleased, Mr. President, by your announcement that the government has decided to establish a sovereign wealth fund as a means to preserve and grow the national endowment of our nation, giving practical meaning to the injunction that the people shall share in the country's wealth. It bears repetition, however, that it took 11 years for this government to give effect to the new growth path initiation of the fund. It also took 24 years to give practical meaning to the injunction that the people shall share in the country's wealth. Mr. President, it cannot be correct, therefore, to pick and choose some portions of the new growth path which only envisage a sovereign wealth fund that also propagate the establishment of a state-owned mining company that would coexist with a strong private mining sector. We would like to have our home-brewed De Beers Botswana partnership, Mr. President. Deputy Chair, the Kuka Power Station will reach its lifespan in 2024, which means the minister has to immediately apply the sections 34 provisions of the Electricity Regulation Act to ensure that the supply of additional electricity to the national grid is increased, creating safety net for energy scrutiny. Deputy Chairperson, the issue of schools, then the infrastructure, is a great concern to us. We're expecting at least a detailed information how this challenge is going to be addressed in the SONA. However, you did mention some measures that are ready to try now to bring this in order. Again, Mr. President, we're expecting that how you think that the municipalities that are owing ESCOM are going to be encouraged now to pay a lot of money that they are owing to ESCOM, more than 18 billion. That is why sometimes that ESCOM cannot perform well, but that is not the only reason. Of course, you know that the old structure is a problem, but there are some
Honourable
reasons.
Member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
The Honourable M. Hlaul.
Deputy Chairperson, Honorable President, Deputy President, I rise to remind this joint sitting of the two houses of Parliament and the masses of our people who are watching this debate about the fundamental importance of history. The great philosopher Karl Marx wrote in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte that history repeats itself first as tragedy, then as farce. On 7 April 2017, when EFF leaders such as Mr. Malema marched shoulder to shoulder with the F.W. de Klerk Foundation, amongst others, under the banner of Save South Africa, chanting the slogans, some of us warned about this seemingly strange alliance. We warned that the alliance between the descendants of B.J. Foster and H.F. Verwoerd and the so-called progressive Sankarists was history repeating itself. Unfortunately, very few of us pay sufficient attention to history, especially the history of fascism. Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci captured the historical moments of the 1920s when he wrote from prison cell, "The old is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters." When Gramsci meant what Gramsci meant was that despite the loss suffered by imperialist capitalism in the First World War, social and economic justice was not enjoyed by the struggling masses in Europe. Hence, the rise of the new monsters, the fascists. Few people know that fascism was actually a brainchild of the European bourgeoisie. Fascists were sponsored to form gangs wearing black shirts in order to roll back advance of socialism in Western Europe. Incidentally, President, fascists have always liked wearing uniforms and giving themselves quasi-military titles like Commander-in-Chief and commissars, even though they have never ever been in combat. We have witnessed grown men and women right here being forced to wear cheap overalls with LV shoes, Louis Vuitton shoes, just to please their supreme leader. It was in the 1930s, after the collapse of the New York Stock Exchange, leading to the Great Depression, that fascists and Nazis broke away from the bourgeoisie sponsors and rode the anti-government wave, which won them seats in parliament. It was therefore not an accident that the EFF, a proto-fascist political party, was very comfortable to wine and bri with the sponsors, the likes of de Klerk and his foundation, when it suited them. Thanks to de Klerk's milk that has fed them, and they are fed, they have now grown and they can afford to denounce him as the last supreme apartheid ruler he is. Thank you also, Honorable Mazoni, and your team, your EFF babies that you suckled from 2016 in Tshwane, Johannesburg and Nelson Mandela Bay with milk from shady tenders have grown, and they hate you. Though we are all angry about de Klerk's racist utterances, let us not forget that the EFF is not part of the progressive democratic forces. It is an anti-democratic minority party that will undermine any democratically elected president, whether the name is President Ramaphosa or anyone for that matter. They have insulted President Nelson Mandela before. The critical questions, Chair, that we need to ask is that what are the material conditions that allow violent, narrow nationalist populism to nourish? History teaches us that in Italy and Germany, Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler, respectively, mobilized thousands of unemployed, armed and starving former soldiers. We can then conclude that if we don't address poverty, unemployment and inequality quite decisively in the sixth term, we would have failed the millions of young people who stand hopeless in our township, worried about their future, hungry and angry. I am talking about those who are unable to find jobs and do not qualify to receive any social assistance from government. The hope of a better life lies with us, Mr. President, not demagogues who shout slogans and mobilize chaos to solve problems that need sober thinking. If you compare the fake anger in the rhetoric of the EFF leaders to speeches of a young Hitler and Mussolini, or even Idi Amin, the similarities are very striking. When people are hungry and desperate, they will follow any demagogue who can stir their emotions by passionately expressing how they feel. The fact that these EFF gentlemen live like fat cats in posh suburbs, sipping expensive champagne with the rich and famous does not matter to our people. Honorable President, we in the ANC have been given a mandate to lift out our people of dehumanizing poverty and joblessness. We believe that the struggles led by our kings and queens of African independent nations for land and dignity were not in vain. Ownership of land brings closeness of our people to their ancestors and spirituality. For Africans, land is central to our being and humanity, as it is more than a commercial commodity. It is the essence of our humanity and existence. We commit that the ANC government will deliver justice on land to our people. The ANC government has delivered basic services such as housing, electrification of poor communities, basic education, early childhood development, and access to quality primary health care to millions of South Africans. We welcome the SONA commitments to a series of reforms that promote growth and economic development and inclusion of the majority of South Africans, create an enabling regulatory environment for the development of new businesses, leveraging the public infrastructure build program to remove barriers of entry for previously disadvantaged contractors, the use of a state bank to unlock the potential of new business ventures and sovereign wealth fund for the development of national capital. The support labor-intensive work that targets the youth is in designated sectors and skills for fourth industrial revolution. As parliamentarians, our duty is to collectively ensure that the President's call to buy local is delivered by the very same government that we are leading. The purchase of South African manufactured goods is critical to our industrial strategy. Honorable President, we're excited about the announcement of the Science and Technology University in the city of Ekurhuleni. Education breaks the chain of generational poverty that enslaves mainly Black and African communities. That is why we offer our support to the students peacefully protesting for access to education in institutions of higher learning across the nation. We say to them, theirs is a noble cause. In closing, Comrade President, we have to acknowledge that de Klerk represents a view held by the likes of the racist AfriForum and Solidarity and promoted by Freedom Front Plus and the DA that the hateful past wasn't at all bad and perhaps maybe even better than the current. Their goal was and is to see Blacks in misery. I believe that the most effective way of punishing an unreformed racist is to let him live for long so that he can be tormented by the sight of seeing his legacy unravel. Killing dictators end their pain quickly. We must make sure they see democracy and Black progress in action. Let them see apartheid melt in front of their eyes. That way, they die a slow, painful death. They get tortured by their lives of many years. That is how racist dictators must be punished. They must experience non-racialism, which truly breaks their hearts because it is irreversible. This is the confidence that we have in what we call victory of good over evil.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Honorable Lekota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable President.
Order members.
Deputy President.
Honorable Lekota, you may commence. You may start, sir.
I join those who've expressed the uncertainty of the future, especially as indicated by the economic trends that our country is faced with and other problems. It is clear that our country is facing an economic emergency requiring urgent emergency measures to deal with these problems. And Mr. President, I do want to say that we must think very hard about how to address this uncertainty. A picture I saw when I chanced upon Zimbabwe in the recent period and looked at what happened previously to a country that was heavily agriculturally productive, left a very sad picture because people are running across South Africa to come and buy food here and carry them in big amounts. There is nothing, they got back to their lands and so on, but there's simply nothing to eat. There is no capacity to produce and so on. And it opened my mind to something which I'd never thought about. When we lost our lands in 1913, thereabouts, we didn't only lose our lands, we lost also the know-how to work the land. And it also opened my mind to the fact why our senior leaders often said to us, no, you must not intimidate these guys to run away with their knowledge, to run away with their thing, because we need them to use them and educate our people, our children, and further expand the economy of our country, because they are our people, our country's people. Please, if I may just speak. Because they are the people of South Africa themselves. They will have no reason to run away if we don't intimidate them. And indeed, this is correct. Large numbers of South Africans have not just chosen to run away. Once there was an indication to them that we would not take their properties, not their land, but properties, because Section 25 speaks to property. Then we had this atmosphere that we cultivated. But since there is uncertainty that we created about whether properties of people would be secured or not, it has also caused us a lot of damage. And many of these very educated and trained in civil engineering, I was in the military for 10 years, civil engineering and all that and so on, these people who were very valuable to our country have now started leaving because they feel uncertain about what's going to happen to them here and so on. And we really have a duty to encourage them to come back to this country so that they can help rebuild and cultivate the country.
Thank you. The Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm pleased for once you got my surname correct. Honorable Masaule, we did not give tenders to EFF in PE. It is your president who gave money to EFF MPs who later resigned. We don't give out money. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans, in 1969, I was born in a friendly city of Port Elizabeth. But in 1978, my family moved to Mdantsane, a township outside of East London. My father was the first in his family to obtain a Form 1 certificate. If you are old enough, you would know how important it was to have a grade 8 at the time. I lived with my parents, six siblings, my grandmother, and 2 other relatives. In both our stays in Port Elizabeth and in Mdantsane, the 12 of us had to stay in a 4-roomed house like an RDP. Of course, they were of better quality. In the evenings, the lounge, the kitchen would double up as extra bedrooms. During the holidays and weekends, I could not sleep past 6 a.m. in the morning because I was sleeping next to the kitchen door and I would be disturbing early morning traffic at home. But what was more painful to my parents was not owning the houses they lived in. Instead, they had 99-year leases. In 1983, we were on the move again as my father got transferred to Alice. It was in Alice where my late father's dream of owning property became a reality. He bought a 3-bedroomed house with 2 outside rooms, a lounge, a dining room, and a kitchen. Boy, oh boy. By our own standards, this was a mansion to us, given the fact that we used to live in 4-roomed houses. Whilst my siblings and I were excited and marveling about the extent of our new home.
Ntate Nana, please take your seat. What's your point of order, ma'am?
Chairperson, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt my own member, but I must rise in terms of 14B of the rules of the joint sitting. We are not allowed to converse in a manner that disrupts the person at the podium, and the levels of noise in this House and the interjections are simply unacceptable, and we cannot hear what the honourable member is saying. So I would ask you to please quieten the House down.
Your point is sustained. Honourable members, you may converse, but please do not drown the speaker on the podium. Please continue, Honourable Nana.
Somebody said they can't read rules, Chief Whip. In case, whilst my siblings and I were excited and marveling about the extent of our new home, my father was a proud and relieved man that he finally could own a property his children could truly call home. In case some of you are too young to remember, in November 1959, the DA's earliest predecessor, the Progressive Party, was formed by a group of progressives who left the United Party after the latter in its Congress earlier that year passed resolutions that would deny native civil liberties. Amongst those was the right to own land. To this day, the DA has stood firm in the resolve of its founding fathers. We remain opposed to the proposed constitutional amendment that will give the state sweeping powers to expropriate land without compensation and turn property ownership to long-term leases, just like my late fathers. To be clear, colleagues, we agree for a harmonious coexistence, land reform is essential, but it does not have to include the amendment of the Constitution, harming my father's dream of owning a property. It is my submission in this joint sitting that there is nothing wrong with Section 25 of the Constitution. There is everything wrong with the bureaucrats that are tasked with the responsibility. They are incompetent and downright corrupt. When you talk of land reform program that has failed, please don't look across the Limpopo River. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, white-owned farms were expropriated by the then Ciskei government to make way for black farmers. Almost all those farms were given to Ciskei cabinet ministers, high-ranking government officials, and well-connected members of the Ciskei National Independence Party. These were thriving citrus farms in Alice and Middle Drift. These were flourishing pineapple fields in Pedi. Today, all of them, they lie in fallow. And Uputsaki Somyo can bear testimony to this. All the cases above, ladies and gentlemen, occurred some 35 years ago, but they remain relevant today, and there are lessons to be learned by all of us. Mr. President, judging by the track record of your party, there is absolutely nothing that persuades me not to conclude that your planned expropriation of land will kill farming in our country with catastrophic consequences. The people who stand to benefit are the same old elite that are well connected with the governing party. Ladies and gentlemen, like my father, South Africans should be allowed to own property. This is a fundamental civil liberty that many of us fought for. Lo mthendevu kwasemampondomiseni uyabulela ngokuba nimboleke indlebe usatshaya inkosi.
Inkosi. The Honorable Mahlatsi.
Who is the father? We want to know the name of the father.
Order. Order. You may commence, ma'am.
Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President, fellow South Africans. Honorable members, history has no blank pages. Dispossession and forced removal of African people under colonialism and apartheid resulted not only in the physical separation of our people along racial lines, but also in the extreme land shortages, insecure land rights, and poverty for the black majority. This onslaught did not only leave us poor, but landless. The land of our forebears was stolen, and it must be returned. As South Africans, we must remain resolute on ensuring that Section 25 of the Constitution is amended to redress the injustice of the past. Honorable Speaker, the ANC 54th National Conference adopted a resolution to expropriate land without compensation. Subsequent to this, the 5th Parliament adopted a resolution to amend Section 25 to make explicit what is implicit in the Constitution. In simple terms, to make possible expropriation of land without compensation. The 6th Parliament, which is this Parliament, is therefore mandated to deal with the actual amendment to the Constitution. I hope Honorable Malema understands these two processes. Honorable President, as we carry out this task that the National Assembly has mandated us to perform, we do it within the context of our progressive three-tier land reform system of 1, land restitution, 2, land redistribution and transfer of productive assets, and 3, security of land tenureship. Honorable Speaker, The skewed spatial patterns in our towns and cities does not reflect integrated and equitable society. Therefore, without the redistribution of the land, we will not be able to build a united, non-racial, non-sexist democratic society. This political sentiment was expressed by Tutati Mandela. I quote, "Only a fair redistribution of the land to its former black owners would guarantee peace as the country emerged from apartheid minority rule," close quote. Honorable Speaker, this year as we continue to celebrate Madiba's life and also marking the 30th anniversary to his release from prison, let us remind the Democratic Alliance that as they quote Tatu Mandela, they must not quote him selectively. He was a revolutionary to the core. Indeed, he must be celebrated. He is an international icon. But the return of the land to his people would be a beautiful present to celebrate the 30th anniversary. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, our main focus is on the land, not property. South Africa must not be misled. After we have passed the 18th Amendment Bill, the House will receive the revised expropriation bill for consideration. And this bill sets out circumstances under which expropriation of land with or without compensation is permissible. And this bill further makes clear the distinction between land and property. There is no unlawful confiscation of property that will take place under the constitutional dispensation brought about by the ANC. Honorable Speaker, the answer to the question about authority to determine compensation lies in the Constitution. Misplaced views around the courts around determining the quantum of compensation are not well informed. And clearly, those advocating for this do not understand the Constitution and the separation of powers. The court had in the past clearly indicated that administrative justice lies within the ambit of the executive and not judiciary. Therefore, the executive authority is the executive, not a judge, in terms of the Constitution of the Republic. It is only in an event of a dispute that an aggrieved party may seek a judicial review recourse. There is nothing arbitrary that the ANC is proposing rather than a scientific methodology of determination. Honorable Speaker, without giving the poor the means to productively farm the land, we will not defeat poverty. Therefore, the land must be used as an economic asset to ensure food security and facilitate economic development. Prophets of doom are hell-bent on instigating our people against this process through malicious threats of food security. In fact, amending Section 25 is going to make it easy, gives an opportunity to South Africans to enhance food security, reduce poverty, and redress historical injustice. Honorable Chairperson, Speaker, the President in his State of the Nation address outlined the land reform program focusing on the release of the state land amounting to 700,000 hectares during the 2020-21 financial year. As the ANC, we welcome this initiative. However, this figure must be increased and the process be increased Mongameli. We are saying majority of our people are ready to work the land and they've been patient. The youth of this country have been throttled with inequalities, unemployment, and social ills, and therefore sees this as a milestone towards a better future. We are aware of the land hunger amongst our people, and in light of this, we call against illegal land grabs and land occupation. This is not ANC policy. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we remain vigilant and responsible, and we will not allow our people towards a process that will collapse the country and the economy. We have taken into consideration international implications of amending Section 25 of the Constitution in relation to the international treaties. We have considered the legal, economic, political implications of expropriation of land without compensation. And we are therefore confident, Mr. President, that this Parliament will ensure that the process of amending Section 25 is in line with the constitutional prescripts and the rule of law. There is no policy uncertainty. The investment risks are well within acceptable global standards. Honorable Speaker, the Freedom Charter, as one of our guiding documents, speaks directly to the land ownership. The land shall be shared among those who work it. And it goes further to elaborate the role of the state. Therefore, the state cannot be a sole custodian of the land. The land belongs to the people. Nationalization of the land has never been an ANC policy from inception. Honorable Speaker, we will remind all of us, the children whose ancestors were brutally murdered and disposed of their land and their wealth, that we have nothing to inherit except our collective future. It is therefore critical importance that we collectively define and create our own future today. The first step to architecture this common future is through participation in numbers during the public hearings and make submission in support of Section 25 of our Constitution. This is a bloodless but democratic process. This is one of the efforts to move close to achieving our generational mission as adopted by the ANC Youth League National Congress in Gallagher Estate in 2011, long before the chaotic populists who claim it today. We were actually formed in 2013. Maibuye! Africa! Thank you very much, Tlal.
The Honorable Nyonso.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, on the 21st of March, it will be the 60 years since the positive action campaign led by the PAC was launched and the fascist National Party regime, in an act of criminality, massacred our people at Sharpeville and Langa. Having swallowed the National Party, the same concomitant action was taken against the workers of Marikana. The people of Sharpeville, the students and workers of Soweto, the people of Boipatong, the Mpendulo twins, and 3 others, including 5-year-old in Umtata that ferry foot to de Klerk murdered and accepted responsibility are await justice. Mr. President, you promised a new city, but as we speak, the people of Ektuwa, Kwakwa, Kreidok, Ditsobotla, Makanda, and Sekukuni do not have water. If you can provide simple running tap water in areas that have had pipes and water in the past, what mega city are you going to build? Mr. President, the money used for the State Capture Commission should be deployed to the prosecution and investigation services, and we must see arrests instead of confessions. Judge Zondo is not an archbishop to hear confessions. Pambilinge overall is orange. We want, Mr. President, the immediate return of the land to the people of Azania without any cause or action. The land was stolen, the land must be returned. We want Sobukwe to be accorded the same status posthumously according to former presidents. Apartheid imprisoned and killed Sobukwe because he was the president of the African people. We are the voice of Sobukwe. We want the immediate pardon and release of all APLA prisoners and former liberation fighters still incarcerated. APLA soldiers deserve better. We want all the audio, electronic voice and visual recordings of Sobukwe be unbanned with immediate effect. Apartheid banned Sobukwe's voice because he embodied the aspirations of Uhuru of our people. The ANC bans Sobukwe because he inspires the masses of our people. Lastly, we demand the arrest of F.W. de Klerk for ordering the killing of Mpendulo twins and 3 others in Umtata in 1993. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable, the Premier of the Northwest, Ntate Mokgoro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency President and Deputy President, honorable members. Musa Khotla ka Setswana go kgwa dikgaba ga se go rumulana. Ke ka moo ke lebogelang tšhono ya go tsaya karolo mo dingangisano tsa gompieno le lesego la go kgwa Tautona Ramaphosa dikgaba. Mr. President, it is important that I begin by congratulating you for your stewardship and steady hand in managing the affairs of the state since taking office in February 2018, and after the renewal of your mandate in May 2019. Your exemplary leadership and commitment to the cause of our struggle has vindicated the choice of our membership and the nation at large to entrust you with the task of leading both the African National Congress and government respectively. In these turbulent times, when our nation faces unprecedented challenges, some inflicted and others external, the nation relies on your reflective leadership and deep abiding love for your country and its people to lead the way in finding solutions to South Africa's challenges. We have absolute confidence and trust in your leadership, both in the African National Congress and government. Mr. President, your leadership has so far earned our country the gift of stability and certainty, which is a necessary prerequisite for the achievement of goals of our developmental agenda. The developmental goals we have set ourselves, as reflected in the medium-term strategic framework adopted by the sixth administration, require the presence of quality leadership, both at political and administrative levels. It needs mature ability to manage the complex balance between capabilities and capacities required to build a truly democratic developmental state able to meet the needs and aspirations of our people for jobs, shelter, food, and security. Honorable members, the National Development Plan addresses the issues of capability and capacity of the state, and we in the African National Congress believe that these should be understood separately. Capability deals with the structures, processes, systems, and governance instruments at a macro level, and capacity deals with human resources and skills necessary for driving state machinery. These capabilities are required by the democratic developmental state to lead in the definition of a common agenda, to mobilize society and business, to take part in the implementation of the agenda, to change gear and accelerate growth and transformation of our economy. The great revolutionary Thomas Sankara defines the developmental state as a new state capable of guaranteeing the democratic exercise of powers by the people, for the people. In the same manner, the African National Congress, through successive resolutions in both the 52nd and 53rd national conferences, probably conceptualized our choice of a democratic developmental state unique to our conditions of a mixed economy led and guided by the state that intervenes in the interest of the people as a whole. Mr. President, it is therefore my argument that the democratic developmental state is the logical outcome of a successful national democratic revolution. The state does not exist for its own sake or to serve individual or sectarian interests. The democratic developmental state is an affirmation of participatory democracy at all levels of government, a binding contract partnership with the people and civil society. Honorable members, the building of a capable democratic developmental state is a national priority which should not be allowed to fail. Mr. President, the sixth administration under your able leadership carry a historic mandate, both legal and constitutional, to realize the South Africa of our dreams, and we have full confidence that you are more than equal to the challenge. Honorable Speaker, Section 195(1) outlines principles governing public administration in our country, and if you look at the relevant section, you'll see the various principles outlined there. These principles have also informed the objectives set out under Chapter 13 of the National Development Plan. including a state that is capable of playing a developmental and transformative role, a public service immersed in the development agenda but insulated from undue political influence. Staff at all levels should have the authority, experience, and competencies. Honorable members, the appointment of a capable leadership of public servants imbued with the right sense of national duty will provide a strategic vision and a drive to build partnerships in the implementation of our economic and social transformation strategies. It is only the guarantee our people will have that our schools will work and continue to improve outcomes, that our hospitals will properly manage and cure diseases, that our SOEs will meet their developmental mandates without burdening the public fiscus, that our public infrastructure, houses, roads, bridges, etc., will be built properly and not fail, thereby causing harm and injuries, that those entrusted with the responsibilities of management and leadership have the relevant competencies to comprehend and solve complex problems facing our people on a daily basis. Mr. President, we are heartened by the leadership you have provided since taking office to make merit the requirement for all the appointments you have made, both in the National Cabinet and in key government positions. There is no doubt that President Ramaphosa is committed to the implementation of the ANC commitment to deploy a capable leadership with relevant competencies to manage state institutions, as demonstrated by recent decisions to make key appointments at various public sector institutions. We are further encouraged by the pronouncement you made, Mr. President, during the ANC Lekgotla closing address, that criteria will be developed to determine minimum competency requirements for all people occupying public office, starting with local government elections of 2021. In addition to the measures implemented and commitments already made, I would like to highlight a few interventions required to firm our resolve to build a democratic developmental state. We need to launch a national audit to assess whether the skills we have across the public service meet the demand of the jobs. Launch an audit on the appointments of all public servants in senior management positions in national, provincial, and local government spheres. The merit principle must apply in the deployment to senior appointments based on legislative prescripts and in line with minimum competency standards. The Office of Standard and Compliance must be established to set and oversee implementation of uniform norms and standards in public administration in all the three spheres in order to move towards a single public service, strengthen the performance management and development system to achieve accountability and consequence management, increase the role and authority of the Public Service Commission in the selection and appointment of senior managers in the public service, urgently revise the fixed contract appointments of heads of department, and start immediately with those in key clusters. Honorable Speaker, there are still weaknesses across government, particularly at provincial and local levels, to introduce and implement stringent measures to protect the state against those whose occupational positions of management in the public service serves no benefit to the people, nor the agenda of the democratic developmental state. We need to assert the authority of the state and insulate its policies and procedures from undue political influence, corruption, and maladministration through the appointment and deployment of people not qualified in the public service. Honorable members, it is common knowledge that our provincial administration is under Section 100 intervention by national government, and that 15 of the municipalities in the Northwest are under some form of intervention by the provincial government, the majority being under Section 139 of the Constitution. I can therefore claim, shameful as it is, that we in the Northwest know very well the implications of governance and administration failures and its impact on the capacity of the state to discourage its mandate and delivery of services to the people. Section 100 intervention has achieved visible progress in enhancing stability, good governance, curbing corruption, and improving service delivery. We continually extract lessons from our experiences in Section 139 interventions in municipalities and have successfully applied the principle of learning by doing in implementing the district development model at the Mamusa local municipality. Our situation demonstrates that the task to build a capable democratic developmental state is not a nicety or a figment of intellectual theoretical construct. It is a guarantee of the fulfillment and advancement of the national democratic revolution. The building of a capable democratic and developmental state should not be left to chance. It is for this reason that the ANC and NC Lekgotla.
Honorable Premier, nako ya gago e ngadile nkgonne.
Thank you, ke lebogile Musa Kgotla.
Ke a leboga papa. The Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, Deputy President, Honorable President, members of the House. The year is 2020. It is a new decade, a new year, and still South Africa remains in the grips of an economic crisis. A crisis of ethics in our government, a parliament in crisis based on ideology trumping the culture of pragmatism, a crisis in safety as South Africans live in constant fear for their lives. Today, Mr. President, is not a good day to be a South African. Honorable Makharule, you and your party birthed the monster that is the EFF. They are the snake that has turned, and now they are trying to eat you. I have sat in your committee, sir, and I have watched you cozy up to your Gucci revolutionary buddies. The country isn't blind. We see your secret meetings with the fascists in order to get support for the change of the Constitution. But let me make one thing very clear. You and the fascists can argue about who is the lion and who is the tiger. We are going to stay the wolves because we will not perform in your circus. Last Thursday, I argued point after point for my right and the right of every South African to listen to the President's SONA speech. I lived in hope that firm and decisive steps would be announced to relieve us from the continued crises that we as South Africans face on a daily basis. Yet again, my hopes were shot down in what was a dramatic display of the inability of the governing party to put the needs of South Africa first above their own political party. I watched as Parliament was treated with utter contempt, as those that do not have the ability to argue and to debate attempted a coup of the evening by using Stalingrad tactics to bully their way into significance. It is not a good day to be South African. As I sat in my chair, the irony was not lost on me that this isn't the first time Judge Zondo has seen many members of this Parliament. In fact, he has seen far too many honourable members in his commission, appearing for a variety of reasons, none of them earning them the title of honourable. The irony was also not lost on me that the President looked over to our benches and viewed us as the enemy, because where I sat, I had the bird's eye view of every person who wishes the President harm, and it certainly wasn't us. I looked across at members who are so resolute in their power that they yield in a party that they don't think twice about making outrageous statements on the steps of a court, or to join fellow members appearing on corruption charges to show their support. What we need is to realize that it's not only a show de force for the president, it's a blatant slap in the face of every South African who believes in justice and the rule of law. This is not a good day to be South African. Madam Speaker, South Africans are so used to being slapped in the face that I think as a nation, we are literally punch drunk. If it wasn't for our sense of humor and our dogged determination to succeed, we would be in complete dire straits. While I think it's really funny and genius in its creation, I don't think that as South Africans we can be proud of the fact that a television advert teases our government by calling it Mzansi Poli, where you can beat the game that's been playing you. South Africans shouldn't feel like their government is playing them. But let's be honest, what else can they think? We now depend on apps on our phones to tell us where the electricity will be on. And how can we forget in December 2019, when
Honorable
the country...
Mazoni, please take your seat. Is it a point of order, Honorable Mkhize? On what point are you rising, sir?
I'm rising on the point 14S of the joint rules of debate.
Continue. Order, members.
The structure of the debate is such that I will not have an opportunity other than to raise the point at this point. I'm very sorry about that, but the Honorable Steenhuisen raised an issue which is untrue, which is a lie, that is related to a statement that has been...
Point of order.
The statement...
Please take your seat. Honorable Mkhize, the honorable member just on the podium is Honorable Mazoni, not Steenhuisen. Are you referring to her?
No. The honorable member is the chief whip of the party. The leader of the parties made a point and sat down. I need to put it on record. I'd like you to investigate on the basis of Rule 14G and ask the member to withdraw.
Honorable members, give me a space.
I'd like you to investigate in terms of Rule 14G and ask the member to withdraw, because the statement was withdrawn by the newspaper that made it, and it retracted it when the matter was taken to the press ombudsman. The member knows. And it has to be raised now because it's relevant to the debate. We cannot proceed unless that member has been made to deal with the issue.
Honorable Mkhize, can I respond to the point you are making? I cannot make that ruling now because I did not witness or hear what the honorable member said. This debate continues tomorrow. We will look at the recordings. We will then be able to rule on the matter. But at this point, we cannot do so. Honorable member.
Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, the rules of the House are very specific. A point of order must be taken at the time of the transgression. And it's meant to bring, you can't come in ex post facto nearly 6 hours later and raise a point of order. It's just simply completely outside the bounds of the rules.
Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable Steenhuisen. I'm sorry to mispronounce your name. I do get what you say. I do not know what the member is raising. What you say is, no. I do hear what you are saying. But I still want to satisfy myself and I will rule. If the honorable member is right, I will rule. Whichever way, I will rule. I have never been scared to make a ruling which is direct in this House. Please give me that space.
Madam Speaker,
I get your point on the time lag. I do acknowledge that. But I do not know what the honorable minister is on about.
well, neither do I, Madam Speaker. But I would say that what you do now is you create a precedent going forward, which means that people in this House can get up and raise points of order hours after a speaker has finished. The point is that you're meant to be able to call the person to order. If the honourable member's got a problem with what I've said, he can lodge a complaint through the general.
Honorable
the process.
Steenhuisen, I'm aware of all you are saying. I will make that ruling. If you are correct, I will get there. Can we continue, Honorable Mazoni?
Thank you, Speaker. The honourable member would do well to check on Twitter. Honourable Malema posted screenshots of a WhatsApp group that the ANC whips have, so maybe the member should join that WhatsApp group. So, back to where I was. We now depend on apps on our phone to tell us when the electricity will be on. And how can we forget the December of 2019 when the country had to hold its collective breath as we entered uncharted territory of stage 6 blackouts? I read tweet after tweet, Facebook post after Facebook post, as South Africans used humour to lift their spirits. I noted many South Africans posting the lyrics to the song The Sound of Silence. The song starts with the line, "Hello darkness, my old friend." So of course it was apt, and we all giggled. But the song goes on. "And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs that voices never share. And no one dared to disturb the sound of silence. It is not a good day to be South African." But Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying this. It can, in fact, be a very good day to be South African. And in the face of all the crises I see, I am more determined than ever to make sure that tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that are a good day to be South African. This is my home, this is my heart, and this is my pride. I will live and strive for freedom. I believe in South Africa. I believe in our future, and I believe that that South African flame that we all have will guide us through this very dark period of our history. Mr. President, I hope that you too will use this flame to guide you, and I hope, sir, that you will break the sound of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Gungubele.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. President, Deputy President, honorable members of this House, of the Joint House, may I express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate. I thought to my Chief Whip, Honorable Mahlaule, if I was allowed, I was going to say after he spoke, I rest my case. But I thought one has got some few things to speak about, especially in the area of social cohesion, which you instructed me to speak about. That I thought it is important to share with this House because of a number of developments that have occurred in the past few days, which demonstrate that we are a fractured society. And there's a huge challenge, all of us in a non-partisan way, to commit to a united South Africa, to a cohesive society, the one which works towards the well-being of all its members, the one that fights exclusion and marginalization, the one that creates a sense of belonging to all South Africans, the one that promotes trust and offers its members opportunities of upward mobility. Said differently, its anti-exclusionist sense of belonging, trust, and the key defining characteristics focuses on the well-being of its members. The post-94, Honorable Speaker, there emerged an alternative system in pursuit of a cohesive South Africa to deal and eliminate a historically racially divided and ethnically divided South Africa undemocratic, without peace, sexist, unprosperous. Put in a nutshell, devoid of all the characteristics of a cohesive society. And that kind of society is a society that cannot find resonance in an environment where fascists are dominating. I think Mahlaule has spoken about that at the risk of messing it up. We just want to say again, in 1955, the Cliptown gathering came with a purpose of a non-racial South Africa, democratic, united, and prosperous. It was an intention of a cohesive South Africa. In other words, the elements of the new mission became the dictates of the new purpose. With this in his mind, Chief Albert Luthuli had this to say, I quote, "I believe that here in South Africa, with all our diversity of color and race, we will show the world a new pattern of democracy. There's a challenge for us to set a new example for all. Listen to this. Let us not sidestep this task," unquote. In other words, in Chief Albert Luthuli, one of the finest brains ANC has ever produced, he refused to be a victim of apartheid. He despised it, he never gave it honor. As a result, he opted for leadership of South Africa out of apartheid. It is no surprise, therefore, that after a period of years, the warring forces in the country came to realize that they are inevitably bound together. Thus, negotiations began. Dialogue became the founding platform of this great nation. Now, the opposing forces agreed on a common platform for coexistence, which is our constitution, towards a cohesive society, which I've already spoken about. Against this greatest achievement of the humankind, Nelson Mandela had to say, the president said this, "We enter into a covenant that we shall build a society in which all South Africans, both black and white, will be able to walk tall without any fear in their hearts, assured of their inalienable right to human dignity, a rainbow nation at peace with itself." What am I trying to say here is that that's why then our preamble says, we as South Africans, freely having elected our representatives, we commit to heal the division of the past, lay the foundation for democratic and open society in government based in the will of the people and every citizen equally protected by law. The point I'm trying to make here is that this commitment cannot be shared in leadership with fascists. This commitment cannot be shared in leadership with right-wingers. This is a commitment of the progressive forces. Now, the problem with dictators and anarchists, the noise is an environment under which they thrive. Because in a noise, there is no clarity. Because the absence of clarity creates gray areas around who they are, which Member Mahlaule explained. All I want to say here is that it is critical that we worry about the future of a cohesive South Africa, especially if you look at the summation of the results of the research institutions. In 2019, South African Human Rights Commission highlights that most of the reports received were race-related. A commission said that majority of complaints, 38%, were related to the allegation of racial discrimination against black South Africans in areas of Gauteng, Western Cape 15%, KwaZulu-Natal 14%. The Foundation for Human Rights conducted a baseline survey which indicated that 44% of adults had no trust in people of other race groups, while 45% felt they had been discriminated against based on race. The Institution of Race Relationship commissioned a poll through Victory Research to establish how South Africans view race relations. Overall, the survey revealed that racial goodwill remains strong. This is a significant and a very positive outcome. What are the factors undermining cohesion? The average income of white South African is 444,000, while blacks is just under 93,000. Black South Africans earn less than national average, and over 70% of their income is salary-based. The facts on black tells the story of the nature of impact when blacks numbers lose job and the kind of impact it has. If you look at it from the intergenerational perspective, it spells disaster going forward. What are the foundations of a cohesive society? Clear-minded leadership that is committed to our Constitution, which is our people's covenant, a key anchor for the nation of their dreams. Leaders that spend most of their time on the essence of nation building, not its incidentals. In my view, the issue that came here yesterday, that occurred, around a member who made a misstep called Mr. de Klerk. The nature of the Constitution we've adopted makes us execute management of our differences, not exclusion of those who differ with us. That's the principle of this Constitution. Therefore, to us as the movement, the fact that Mr. de Klerk made a misguided statement, it cannot translate as us stopping him from coming to Parliament. Because for us to be able to talk to him and change him, we must keep in touch with him. But let me come to some other few issues. The problem is that if there's one thing that DA masters, is the untruth. I just want to say to Lewis, with all his energy, Honorable Lewis, you made statements that you cannot confirm on the spectrum. We just want to restate for the sake of South Africans that policy has been finalized and gazetted on the spectrum. ICASA has issued info on licensing process. A new energy plan has been gazetted, setting out a plan for next 10 years, providing certainty. Those are facts, not alternative facts. Policy has been finalized of the separation of Eskom's operations into generation, transmission, and distribution. So all these things have happened. On the EFF, again, here is another falsification. In SONA, EFF, as a matter of fact, was in coalition with you. In Joburg, EFF was in coalition with you. In Joburg. That is the only way Herman Mashaba became a mayor. And you always told people that where you govern, governance is better. Your track record in Joburg will show the following. That the service delivery in Joburg to the people of Joburg went west during your time. The financial ratios, because numbers don't lie, went west during your time. Reserves went west during your time. But because you are committed to falsification, you continue to do this. In George last year, Honorable Minister Nzimande is here. You misled South Africans that you are putting a BRT there. We went to see what a fuss that was there. That thing was meant for exclusively whites and messing up with the black people, not offering access to mobility. We inspected it and we called Mr. Grant and he agreed that it was wrong. But it is against you telling that where you rule as DA, things are better. And I want to say to Mr. Groenewald.
Please round up.
Thank you. Mr. Groenewald says inefficiency of black empowerment has got something to do with blackness. Because it's black, it's inefficient. It makes Mr. Groenewald a bad representative of Afrikaners going forward.
Gungubele, your time is up. Thank you, honorable members. That brings us to the end of the list of speakers for today. The debate will resume tomorrow. That concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.